Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, December the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Let me know if you can see my screen and you can hear me. Thank you, Bob. All right, guys. So I'm in this short of BRFS still. I just posted in the room just after Real was saying that it was popping up. I did see that it was popping up, BRFS. And I sort of saw some news on it, but $1.2 billion capital increase, etc. Popped over 4, took a short just underneath 4, I think it was at 396, and just waiting to see if I can get into the 360s before I cover it. I'm also looking at, I'm in a short of FUTU, okay, FUTU, both Tiger, TIGR, and FUTU. They are coming under fire of China regulators not wanting mainland subscribers to be able to start offshore accounts using FUTU or Tiger. So I'm already short in that one. And what else is happening? CERN, CERN. CERN is a potential buyout. Oops, CERN, I guess, by Oracle. Oracle is looking at them as a potential buyout. Riven. Riven. Look at Riven, guys. Riven earnings play. Gapping way down now. GNFT. Let's see, they sold an equity stake. And so they gapped up. GNFT. There was some other news about them also. GNFT. And this is actually it's not a low float. 43 million in the float. I'm just keeping an eye on my couple of shorts here, guys. Oh, my apologies. In YouTube, just a minute. Here you go. Forgot to switch over. SPRB. It's still holding its gap. Yeah, I mean it hit after hours, hit 345 after hours. The only thing I can see on this is another one of these crazy ones where these analysts are putting these, in my opinion, outlandish price targets on it. Oppenheimer's put a $15 price target on SPRB. That's the only thing I can see on it. Okay, guys, I've covered my BRFS. Just want to concentrate more on the FUTU short. Now, you guys were talking about BKE earlier. Yeah, there was very little volume. And I think what the person was referring to, if you look at the news, Sidoti initiated coverage with a buy of 60, whatever. Yeah, it's gapped down through the 200-day moving average, but there's no volume yet. And it's a very low float, 29 million for a $40 stock. That is pretty low. BLPH, you guys are talking about BLPH, phase 2. Gapped up on phase 2 data. That's kind of holding. Low float, 9 million in the float. We'll do real. I'm just one last one. ADGI, or two last ones. ADGI. Yes, it is still moving. Notice it right here. Of course, this one, the one yesterday, had a huge recovery after being thumped 2 days before. And it continues to move here. And the only other one I had here was FRPT. It was low volume, and it was gapping down and citing supply chain issues. So they've revised their guidance for the upcoming quarter and citing supply chain issues. So Court, yeah, I saw your comments about Court. Let me see what I can see. So announces preliminary results of previously announced tender offer. Whew. At a price not greater than $23.75 nor less than $20.75. All right, guys, I'm out of my Futu short. Just made a little bit. That's it. I'm going to watch it later, see if it collapses again. Yeah, I know. Both of those are above 1790. There's no volume yet. That's the issue, right? I see, yeah, I mean, it tried to gap up to one of those prices. No less than 2075, so it did gap up to 2099. Yeah, hard to understand. I mean, there's no volume yet at all. Well, you're an off-topic you're an off-topic Will. Okay, there are several tabs. Okay, so the Court comment was in the stocks only. If you can see my screen. I do see the ALZN gapping up again. Will it hold? Excuse me, seems to do this a lot. There it is, 337, 340 is the high. When was that? That was back in early November. I really have no faith at all in any of these pops, guys. I mean, the market's going to open another week, weak fashion. The only one that could be interesting still is ADGI. Definitely didn't care what the market was doing at all yesterday. But I'm not really paying that much attention to any of these little ones that are popping. I mean, I'm pointing them out. Who knows? They might continue, but just don't have that much faith in any of these things, moving. Much more interested in shorting. All right, Carlos. So if you haven't, if you just started, here's my recommendation. You go to my homepage and check the education section. Okay, check the education section. When you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, you'll see here's the education section. So if you click here, first thing I would do, take a look at the 20 introductory lessons, okay? They go over what's a top list, what's an alert window, how to create them. All the basic features are explained here, all right? Before you do anything else, I would really recommend you take a look at this. And there are two rooms. They're both basically the same. This is the other room. It's a lot more active, more traders. I can give you the link for that one also. You don't want to be in both. And I'm just looking at some of these, Bitcoin. An LCID, you can, probably in sympathy with RIVN. What about Cure from yesterday? What an awesome, basically all day short. Yeah, well, don't know. I mean, number one, there's no volume, so hard to know what's going to happen. Is it going to be a bounce play today, or is it going to continue down? We don't know. All right, it is now 9:11. Let me just see if I can check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, analysts have been very active the last few days in terms of the numbers. Okay, now we're settling down a little bit. A few more upgrades, hardly any downgrades, so let me get them in now. ADGI, guys, on the move. All right, those are some of the upgrades. I see that DCP has a couple of upgrades from Mizuho and from Citigroup. It's the only one I see as a multiple upgrade. Now I'll get the downgrades in. Starbucks downgraded. And that's it. These are the only downgrades today from briefing.com. I'm sure there are others on other websites, but these are the only ones from briefing.com. 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 ADGI, guys, this is definitely, this is about the only one I'd probably take a real hard look at on the long side. It's above yesterday's high now. Still trying to fill in this, this void here. That's not to say I'm not suggesting you take the trade right now. I'm just saying this could be the as active as it was yesterday. I mean, I would not anticipate it would do exactly what it did yesterday, but there's no give up yet. But this had a tremendous run from $6 all the way up to $15.50. Well, just to follow through from yesterday. I mean, you saw what I did yesterday, Night Fox, ADGI. So it has to be watched today with the gap. I mean, look at the gap. Look at the potential fill here. I mean, the next high looking left is 37. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get anywhere close to that, but look at the run it had yesterday. It held, and it's gapping up a little bit again this morning. So it's one of those ones that should be watched. Yeah, well, Night Fox, we don't know. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be like yesterday. I mean, we're in the pre-market right now. I'm not saying it's going to do this yet. I'm not saying it's going to go from the equivalent of 6 to 16 today, the equivalent, which would be maybe 16 to 35 percentage-wise. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it is continuing. It hasn't given up any of the gap from yesterday. All we're doing is we're just looking at things in the pre-market that might be interesting once the market opens at 9:30. That's all. ISO. Let's take a look at ISO. Almost, yeah. There's just no volume, so no volume at all. Let's see, yesterday, yeah, I guess it traded 339,000 yesterday, so it doesn't trade very much. But you're right. I mean, it's almost. I guess there's another. This is like a broken record, guys. All these IPOs that look like this, previous months, have a little peak, and then they've just been drifting down. This I would not call necessarily a drift. This has been a tidal wave down. But there's no volume yet, so hard to know what it's going to do. Okay, there's the FUTU, guys. Again. I got out of that one just for a little gain. But this is, these are just beaten up. Now, take a look here on the monthly chart. The monthly chart, the low is 29.50. So that is, 29.50 is there, and 30. So 29.50 on the monthly chart. So we're at 33.70 now. I'm not saying it's going to get to 29.50, but there is maybe a support level. Again, and this is all to do with the Chinese government saying that they're looking to ban companies like FUTU and Tiger, TIGR, from allowing mainland customers, mainlanders for establishing offshore accounts. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now. Let's see what's happening. We're in for definitely a negative open. Let's take a look at the individual sectors and see what is happening. See if there's any sector that is actually positive. And the answer is no. So what you're looking at here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, here's energy, XLE. Here are the stocks that make up the XLE sector, and every one of them, 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that 100% means. 88% of technology, 74% of financials, etc. So there is not one sector, of course, you wouldn't expect to be positive with the market gapping down like it is. Now, this, we look at this an hour from now, and of course things can change. But right now, this is what we see. So for instance, if you were looking to get into an energy play today and it did not have news on its own. other words, so something that might, it wouldn't care necessarily what the rest of its sector is doing, you're definitely bucking the trend if you're trying to go long anything in energy today, unless, again, it has some specific news for it. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts from yesterday to see if there's anything exciting happening, and the answer is no. Yeah, somebody stated before this ePay looks like this is a buyout, right? To be acquired by Thoma Bravo for $2.6 billion. Well, it made my watch list 2 days in a row, Night Fox, because it had the huge gap down. So I wouldn't overanalyze. I mean, it made my watch list because of the day before. On this day, right here, we saw this in the pre-market. So it made my watch list here. Made my watch list a day later, okay? Because this is yesterday, so it was still on my watch list because who knows, it might have kept moving down. And then it triggered yesterday because it moved above the high of the day before. That's why it made the watch list, that's why it was triggering yesterday on the way up. Things can be on my watch list for several days, I'm always looking for continuation. Yeah, that Futu is definitely still interested in FUTU. Spready right now. Let's see what happens when the market opens. When 9:30 comes around. As far as I'm concerned, the market's opened. Yeah, I saw General Motors earlier. Not usually interested in trading it just because of the float, but it is now, 56.81. So it's just a little bit below the 200-day moving average, as Real is pointing out. Seems like TIGR is a little more orderly than FUTU on the way down. So far, anyway. Almost an all-time low, only 6% above the all-time low, which is way down here. So I see a lot of the Bitcoin stocks I'm hearing also. When I'm saying I'm hearing, I'm talking text to voice. Bitcoin stocks, look at this. So here's the Bitcoin ETF. Had a bit of a rally the last 2 days, Bitcoin. I'm sorry, well, I guess no, there's yesterday. So 2 days previous, but then yesterday. The tech, again, just got destroyed yesterday. Look at that. NAS is down 385. Was it yesterday? In for another rocky open, guys. This one, I mean, you know, it happens every day it seems, but anyway, here's PB, it's way under $1, PBTS. I think it gapped over $1 yesterday, briefly. And this is why I hate these, you know, got up to $1.08 and it closed right down here at 67 cents. Trying to do its thing again. Trying to rope people in. Yeah, this Riven. Okay, so it regained 100, all right. Earnings play, I guess, is the first earnings release for it. Come on, FUTU. Move down like TIGR is. Orderly. Exactly, Jay. Yes. I actually took a short earlier. I stopped myself out for a minor gain on it. But yeah, exactly, because of what the Chinese government is suggesting. The tiger is the one that's continuously moving down. Okay, just one moment, please. Thank you, William. All right, guys. Yes, 1 minute to the open. Less than a minute to the open. Let's have another great trading day, everybody. A little bit of volume coming into BKKT. This was another nice short sale yesterday. BKKT. A little bit of volume coming into it right there at a consolidation. Some volume coming in. All right, we are now open. Now again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Trying to let things settle down a little bit. All right, well, FUTU is actually doing a bit of a reversal right now. I'm going to watch it to see if that lasts. X4, X4. Now there's ADGI guys, right back up. ADGI right back up. Well, that's why I like to wait. I know I took it pre-market. Excuse me. I know I took it pre-market, but you know, that's why I wanted to wait to see what would happen here. All right, guys. Hood on the way down here. Hood. All-time low now. All-time low. Yeah, I know I love these. I'm not telling you to take the trade, but definitely keep an eye on Hood. There's the alert, 1747, all-time low. Okay, look how whippy ADGI has been. It got up to, remember, 2-minute chart, up to 1712 and all the way down to 1520. So like a $2 drop just like that. And we have a halt here. What's this one? Is this, no, I don't know. See, Clack R? No, never mind. Okay, definitely want to watch Hood to see if it gets back down to that 1747 level. OBSV is a little bit of a pop up. Again, I don't really trust any of these. Plus, look at OBSV; it's coming into some resistance areas around that 245 to 250 mark. You know, this FUTU and the Tiger almost looks like, you know, these the government comes up, you know, maybe we won't. I mean, this is the reason why they both dropped. Well, my goodness, of course, this was the IPO, and it gapped way over the proposed IPO price, but this is almost an all-time low now, RIVN. There is the all-time low right here, 95, whatever, 95.20. Takes out that 95.20, and yeah, as Zach is saying, I mean, takes out 95.20, you're at an all-time low. Okay, Hood coming down now. All right, we're back now at that alert price. IGMS guys. Now, why do I have this? I have this. Oh, no, excuse me, on the way down. Okay. And the other EV play, another EV play, of course, NKLA. So it looks like the EV plays are in disarray this morning. NKLA, almost an all-time low also. Hood, 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 hood. And what's the market? Wow, I mean, look at the market, guys. So the Dow's down big, so there is no disconnect. The Dow's down big, Nas is down big, SPY's down big, no disconnect. Hood, hood, hood. No disconnect meaning yesterday we had for the longest time, and in fact I think even the Dow actually closed positive yesterday, and Nas was way down, but there's no disconnect today. RIVN now right at its, look at that, right at its low, lifetime low. 95.20, 95.01, so it's a little bit below that lifetime low now. Wow, look at, yeah, no kidding. I should have been, I guess, following that just a little bit more closely. I'm more following the hood, but yeah, look at that FUTU, the high of 36.48 all the way back down to 34.53. All right, so ALZN still running up a little bit here, but it pulled way back from the highs, 319 all the way down to 270. SPRB is a, let's see, $15 price target. By Oppenheimer. One day I'm going to have to read some of these things about their rationale. Not that there is, in my opinion, but there's hood, guys. Hood, hood, hood. All right, well, Zach, space is showing up, but, I think it's early. I think it's a little too early. Look how whippy FUTU is. I mean, that is pretty whippy. We're almost right back up. Come on, you little hood rat, move down. Obviously, 17 might be the tough one to get through. If it gets through 17, though, So here's the alert, 747. Didn't take it right there. You know, it was a little early. It popped up to what, 774. Came right back down. The Bulls, B-U-L-Z. Who are you? B-U-L-Z. The Bank of Montreal? Are you kidding me? What? Yeah, I don't know what this is, guys. I don't know what this is. Well, Zach, we're getting a lot of potential bouncers, but I don't know. I think it's early. I'd like to see the market not be moving down so much. Just the way it's trading, Aaron. You know, I'll tell you right now, I've taken some off the hood because it's. I'm always one of these guys who looks at a whole number and thinks the whole number could stall it. Okay, so it got down to 1707. So that for me was an area that I will take some out, or I did take some out right around 1710. But that's just the way I trade. You know, I'm not in so many trades at the same time, so consequently I can kind of, really follow it, see what it's looking like. I mean, the cure was interesting yesterday because it hardly had any pull-ups and it just kept sliding down all day. But the hood, I mean, my goodness, if it gives up 17, I mean, I think that it's really going to collapse. Well, your bounce plays, Zach, are going crazy, but I'd be a little reluctant right now to do anything. Should actually check to see if there's any, any specific news for hood. Is this even shortable? It is shortable too. BULZ is shortable. Wow, look at this. We should have. Oh no, it's popped up. It's popped up. I thought it was 23.20, but it's 24.20. Yeah, not too interested in that one. The BEKE, yes, BEKE from yesterday. IMMX is halted on the way down. HIMX is moving higher for some reason. HIMX is moving higher. Coming into maybe a resistance area. Is this shortable? It is shortable for me. The high yesterday was 1172. You know, I mean, can it take that out? If it does, then the next issue would be the 200-day. Yeah, just too many to keep track of. Not like yesterday. All right, guys. So I may reshort this one, but I'm out of the hood short. I may reshort it. See if it tests that level, the low 17s again. That'd probably get me back in. All right, this SPRB is still pretty strong for some reason. Well, I know the reason. I mean, they did have some news. Wow, the $15 price target put on it by Oppenheimer. Must have come out after hours yesterday with that. All right, so what's the market doing? So putting in a little bit of a green bar here. So we had the initial 15-minute down. All right, so the pre-market highs for SPRB, and this is a very low float, 7 million in the float. Pre-market high was around 311, takes that out. I mean, it did hit 340, 350-ish after hours yesterday. The IMMX just resumed, little pop up for it. Wow is right. You know, after that initial, remember the market when it opened, or yeah, right on the open, spikes all the way up to 17, dropping $4 now. ADGI. All right, GNFT. That's actually kind of moving. It did have some news, I guess. Sells an equity stake, and I think there was some other news. There was some other news with it, but the big one that I saw, it sold an equity stake. The high in the pre-market was $4.79. I guess. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. Where could it go? So 449, there's a high there. 441, high there. 458, a high there. Just looking, 466. So 466 in this area here, if it can, looks like there's little areas of resistance. Viacom. No, there's the Riven now, guys. RIVN now. Making another new low here. This one, BCRX, very active. It's making a little new high here, BCRX. All right, now I'm seeing some of these memers are, well, I don't know if Hood is a memer really, but I'm seeing GameStop, GME popping. Hood is doing the same thing. I want to see how that really lasts. Yeah, I saw that she bought 360,000 shares or something of the hood. X4 continues higher here, guys. X4. Boy, it's got some room. I mean, this one at least has some room, X4. And it's a low float, 19 million, 19.5 million in the float. The volume is big for it today. It'll easily trade the float. 422 is the next high looking left. Is there any news on this one? It's a buy rating from B. Riley. So it gets a buy rating from B. Riley. Okay, so this is popping, I guess, on that news. But look at the potential gap fill for XFOR. All right, GNF, excuse me, GNFT. Well, this is coming into your sell area. Well, boy, I'm glad I didn't get stubborn on the hood. What we don't like to see in these gap downs is something that just completely reverses. Well, GNFT is really ramping here, guys. Yeah, so okay, now there's a pullback now for X4, a pullback for X4. This might get interesting if it reclaims that 3 level, say around 309, clears 3, and it might have a resumption. I mean, it's just that gap, guys. I mean, it's one of the few that I've seen that has of these cheap ones that has a gap like this. Might have been Apron. Might have been Apron. He's answering. Yeah, I think it was Apron. All right, what are you doing, Mr. Market? Market is still weak, guys. I mean, we had a little green candle for a while in the SPY, that second 15-minute candle, but the sellers knocked it down, and the sellers look like they're still in control. Uber. Why would Uber be moving higher? It is, but I wonder why. So yesterday's high, what's yesterday's high, is 38.58. So it's almost at yesterday's high. Bunch of highs there in that area. Keep an eye on the X4, guys. I mean, it had the pullback just underneath 3, only because of the void, okay? Only because of this potential gap fill. That's the only reason. I don't see... I'm just looking, you know, Wainwright defending it. This was on the 14th. Well, definitely the premise, the thesis, or whatever you want to call it, this morning, the short FUTU. Well, this, yeah, as William said, it's probably this could go green before it turns red again. Winnebago? Is that Winnebago? WGO? Yeah, Winnebago. Earnings play. Yeah, earnings play, actually. Didn't really see it in the pre-market, kind of chopped around. They did offer a defense. They said that's not true. Ah, I see what you're saying. Notice some individuals, institutions spreading false or fake information. Okay, cool. Yeah, here it is. Actually, I'll do it from here. Now save it this time, guys. Okay? This is bounce play. Super active day for today. I mean, not that many yesterday, but it just got filled up right off the bat this morning. Too many. I mean, you know, it's hard. It would be hard to keep track of them all. I'm sure are they all bouncing? Every one of them? Just too many to keep track of. Well, I see, yeah, I mean, I'm sure AMC is strong. GME is rallying as usual, is doing its thing. So I'm sure AMC is doing the same thing. Yeah. All right, rubber. Okay, now here's one. CPNG. What are you going to do? CPNG, this is coming into maybe some resistance, very close, close, $28 or so. CPNG. This is from, this is the flip of Zach Scan. All right, guys, there's the X4 now. So X4 didn't change. Just a second here. X4 now over 3, sorry. Keeping an eye on this CPNG. This is the one from, again, this is Zach Scan, just flipped, looking for things that may be topping out. You can see, I mean, 28.43 is the high looking left. I created another sound. Sell, 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 sell. You have buy, buy, buy on yours, and I flipped it to sell, sell, sell. Yeah, you just flip it. If you know how to do a flip, Ali, you just flip it. You just flip obviously new lows to new highs. Anything that can be flipped will be flipped. Yeah, so duplicate the window first. Okay, duplicate the window first. And then right-click configure, and then it'll say flip in the bottom. Just flip, click on flip. And so all the filters that can be flipped will be flipped. And the alert, of course, the alert will now say new high instead of new low. That will be flipped and give it another name, of course. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, I'm going to stick an alert around 315 for this X4, see if it holds and moves from there to see if it can start to fill in this gap. Low float, 19.5, traded 12 million so far. Yeah, it's just a nice time saver, the flip option. So Aaron, if you, yeah, so it's this, okay, just the topping plays, okay, so there was CPNG, topping plays from Zach, as I called him anyway. All right, Hood, are you done? So I'm not getting any new alerts right now, guys. Nothing really shaking in the AI also. I'm just checking over there. Nothing shaking there. Market is still moving down, guys, so these bounce plays. All right, there's the X4. These bounce plays are going to be highly suspect right now, with the market moving down still. Okay, so the longer this stays here, look at this basing on the 2-minute chart for X4. What we need is some volume to come in, big volume to come in, like at least a bar like that, you know, something like that on the 2-minute. All right, Riven coming down again after that little flurry up into the 94s. Ooh, look at this market. Wow. 600 now. Woohoo. You know, even a stock like X4, well, I mean, it's moving, but I know we talk about the alpha stocks. They don't care what the market's doing, but at some point, you know, you're going against a huge trend down But these little ones typically don't care what the market's doing so much, within reason. But you know, we're down 600 now. Yeah, take advantage. I mean, CPNG. I mean, it almost textbook, almost hit that whole number. But I'm certainly not looking at any bounces right now. I mean, I would think you might be able to, you know, scrounge out you know, a little bit, but what is Bitcoin right now? BITO. Here's your ETF. All-time low now, again. Probably what, 45, 46,000? $45,000, thank you, Theo. All right, guys. Well, a little lull in the action for me anyway. So first of all, welcome. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and now 3:30. So 8 a.m., all Eastern time, of course, 8 a.m. to 3:30. The only caveat is that I'll mute myself at 3. I'll keep the room open from 3 to 3:30. I'll pop in if there's some questions, you know, that have to be answered, but basically the room hours now are 8 to 3:30. And we have a promo. 25% off. For those of you who don't have a subscription Zorro, you can get 25% off. And when you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. All right, so here it is. Here's your promo code, Jolly25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you're going to see. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium would be, annual would be $22.68 a year minus the 25%. That works out to about $4.60 a day. Standard, $10.68 a year minus the 24%, a little over $2 a day. Okay, the big difference is the AI. I'll go over that in a little bit. You don't have to start off with an annual subscription. You don't ever have to have an annual if you don't want. You can in fact, this is what my recommendation is that do not take out an annual subscription unless you know you want the product. You can always start off with a standard, 118 or premium, 228. You can apply the 25% discount to the first month only, but if you decide within 30 days that you'd like to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the promo code, the 25% off. So, okay? Three free sections. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern. And all the education that we have here, predominantly about trade ideas, of course. We have a nice big user guide that is searchable. Oops. Introductory lessons. If you're new to trade ideas, take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Goes over all the basic features. You know, what is a top list? What is a top list? Building them, alert windows, the single stock window that you see up here. price alerts, back testing, intro to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. Okay? All the basic features are explained there. Daily support session. So I take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today being Friday, it should be Andy. Before I do take my break, I'll confirm it is Andy. Plus, I'll put a link into YouTube if you want to head over there while I'm on my break. Daily webinars. I'm not sure what the schedule is over the next little while, but when we get back to a normal schedule, you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading or looking for a little bit of a refresher, great little video series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay? All free. And last, my scans, the scans that I'm sharing. This one I think next month, this will get very active again, the unusually strong options, once we get back into earnings season. But, I've been really loving my 10-day daily breakdown. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the ones I use in the pre-market to kind of maybe set the tone for the day to see what stocks might be moving once 9:30 start. When the market opens. Okay, but I've got a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. So my advice, save my link. Save my link because in these 2 sections, lots of information. Save my link. Then you can take a look at this anytime you want. All right, now, look at these topping tails now for Hood, guys. This might be the clue that we're looking for. Look at Hood. Look at these topping tails on the 15-minute chart. What does it mean? Remember, at one point, on this previous 15-minute candle, the price got up to 18.27. The sellers knocked it down to 18. Again, the buyers tried again, moved it up. We don't know. This candle hasn't closed yet. There's still another 5 minutes or so. But we get, these topping tails. Eventually, the buyers are going to give up. Or one side gives up. One side gives up. We don't know yet. This candle still hasn't closed. One side gives up for a while anyway. One side meaning the buyers or the sellers. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter where you live in the world or who your broker is, what broker you're using. Doesn't matter. You can use Trade Ideas. So if you want to build your own scans, now you notice I am sharing a lot of scans, but if you do want to build your own scans, of course you can. So this one is an example of a scan, the 10-day daily breakout. Always start off with filters. When you see these icons, these are the filters. So if these filter values are met, the price between 2 and 35, etc., and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I only see GNFT today. The good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. If you right-click on an alert window and configure, search, these are all the alerts that we have. And when it scroll down, these are the filters that we have. You don't have to learn them all, okay? The reason why we have so many is that we have, thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we feel we have enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, you can combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for. Okay? So again, you can build your own, or you can take mine, and we're also sharing a lot of other scans. If you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, you'll notice that we have all of these themed channels. So for instance, just give me a moment, please. Now, go to the momentum channel as an example. So you look at this one and you think, Zach just mentioned this one, UEPS. Maybe I'd like to take a look at this scan, this alert. It's an alert window. It's called Momo, obviously looking for momentum stocks. If I right click configure, you'll see exactly what it's looking for. Okay, and if you liked it the way it is, you could always save it to the cloud. I'll explain why I'm saying that. Or you can make changes. You can make changes to my scans too. If you didn't like this price range, maybe you want it between 10 and 100. See how it's changed? Say OK. So now I've changed it, and now if I want, I can save this to the cloud. Now, just a word about this. I've changed this. If I come back to this channel, okay, the change will not be saved. The reason why is because the channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that everybody else wants the same change. So why I'm explaining it like this is because typically what people will do is they'll take a look at a channel and they might extract a scan they like. They'll save it to the cloud. They'll go to another channel. Say you go to the stock surging channel. The action is heating up. Maybe you want this one. Save it to the cloud. If you've gone through that exercise, then all you have to do then is file load from cloud. And you'll see, if you've saved them, you'll see them up here. You just highlight, load, and just keep loading the ones you saved. Why? Because now you're able to create your own layout without actually having to build any scan from scratch. We've got a lot of scans in that channel bar, plus the ones that I am sharing. Okay, so we try to make it really easy. So you want to create your own scans? Of course you can. But we have a lot of scans already. All right, now if you have our premium service, you have access to the AI. And you name it Holly. So if you click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window, all right? This is what you'll see. Not these two windows up here, but this is what you'll see. You just wait for the alerts to happen, okay? That's all you do. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing for you to do. You'll have a suggested entry. You'll have a suggested stop. How you trade them will be up to you, okay? What I would do is I would take this window, if you have our premium service, just take the window and add it to your layout so you don't have to load it every day. If you load the trade ideas before 9:30, this will be blank. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. Oh, I guess I have the sound alerts on them. Yeah. Well, if you hear them, then you must have it, right? It's not on my homepage. No. Well, it's a long video. I mean, you're talking 8 hours, almost 7.5 hours of video. So I mean, it's on our website. Let me just I'm just trying to see where. Most people do not want to sit for another 8 hours and listen to me. I guess if you go to our YouTube page, it should be there. Okay, it should be there. If you go to our YouTube page, save that link and just, once I stop the stream at 3:30 Eastern, it takes a while for it to upload, I think. Whoa, this was a nice short. I know some of you must have shorted this one, UEPS. So Martin, I mean, I'll give you the bounce plays. I'll give you the first one, okay? And then all you have to do is flip it. If you don't know how to flip it, I'll explain it, but please save it though, okay? So these are the bounce plays. These are from Zach, okay? Now, the sound alert is on there. I'm not taking it off, okay? If you don't like the sound alert, yeah, ferocious buying for the GME. Just does not want to die. There's a $10 pop. So even though the market is, down big, but it's recovering. It's trying to recover. A couple of green candles. A lot of these early shorts would not have worked. I mean, Riven worked, but even it is starting to fly now. But like the hood and the FUTU and big rallies. Now, this is sort of the reverse now. Now that we're getting some of these from the topping plays, you'd like to see the market not moving higher. Okay, guys, I'm going to briefly go over this window, the Brokerage Plus window. For me, in my opinion, the main use that our users have for it is as a simulator. I know there are some that trade their accounts. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can trade from within Trade Ideas using this window that we call Brokerage Plus. The link I put in there, Brokerage Plus link, has 2 videos. The short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use it to trade from within. And the longer video goes into more detail about how you can use it. And then, of course, as a simulator, if you're new to trading, please practice trading first. Doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you want to start off, you're not sure who you want to get as a broker, you can always and you want to practice trading, you can do so with our standard service. It uses our real-time data. Same way you use them. You mean how to use the strategies? Okay, watch the video. Okay, the second video goes into all the detail about, you know, the strategies that are in the sim or your own strategies, how you can load your own strategies. I don't do any of that personally. Okay, but the second video goes into all the detail about how to do all that, and it probably answers a lot of other questions that you may have. Okay, that's for you, big paper. It's a big rally in the market. I mean, remember, the Dow was down 600 and something, so now it's only down 380. The Nas was down what 200? Now it's only down 34. So yeah, there's a big rally in the market. So if you were short stuff, you're probably getting hit here. Now these bounce plays are, you know, I'm just looking at some of them. Now this NU was a great bounce play. NU. The Cure, guys, Qure is actually, so it held 20 and now it's moving higher here. You know, bad day yesterday, of course, all day short basically, only a little jog right there on that 15-minute chart. But this is starting to rally also. This could turn into I mean, look at the gap. Look at this gap here, you know, 25.74 is the high. But again, there's a reason why it moved down, and it was negative data. Cult. Look at Cult now even. Of course, this was the one 2 days ago that I got extremely lucky on. Well, this rally is not over yet for Hood. Wow, what did it get up to yesterday? 1989 was the high of yesterday. All right, let's take a look at this at the sectors now. I'm sure we'll see quite a difference. Remember, we looked at this at about 10 minutes before the market opened. There was not one positive sector. I don't think we're going to see very much positive. Say energy is still down. Every single energy stock is down. But you can see, you know, healthcare, at least it's 50-50. Okay. Tech is almost 50-50. Remember, these were all way down here. Communications, sort of 50-50. So you can see the comeback. Financials are still weak. This, I'm always stunned at this one, you know, guys. It just doesn't want to ever give up. GME, look at this move. Now look at the volume. I mean, it's 63 million in the float. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I can do this. $150 stock. It's a pretty low float. Yeah, see, this X4 did not rally with the market. Just not really in love with these little guys anymore, guys. I mean, it's just, even though this looked like it should have, kept maybe trying to fill this in a bit. Moderator trader, all right. No, it's part of our channels. If you just go to new, and assuming you have one of the later version of Trade Ideas, you'll see dock channel bar. You can access it from the channel. If you don't have the option docked channel bar, you can access it from channel bar. But remember, if you access it from channel bar, not the docked channel bar, your layout will be replaced. That's why the dock channel bar is the way to go. So you just click on dock channel bar and then sector status. Okay? Okay, then you should have that. Well, if you're starting to use Trade Ideas today, before you do anything else, I know you want to jump in, but take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, they're short. If you click on my home page and click on the education section, and then click on the 20 introductory lessons. There you go. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating alert windows, price alerts. Just take some time to take a look at this before you do anything else. And then, afterwards, if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on that dock channel bar, here's all the channels that we have, all themed based channels. Okay, so we have a lot of, so you have an idea about Trade Ideas. Okay, so we have a lot of different themed channels, all sorts of scans in them. You can save them to the cloud, save a scan to the cloud if you like it, and then you can start building your own layout by scans that we've already created. You can tweak them, of course. Tweaking them meaning maybe a different price range or minimum volume, whatever you want to do. So Tom, are you talking about on an annual basis? The question from our YouTube room, if you subscribe with a 25% discount, will it renew at that price? If not, then how do I get that price again? Are you talking about on an annual basis? Remember, the discount on a monthly is only good for the first month. Yeah, so Tom, I really don't know. I don't know, a year from now, I don't know what you'd be renewing at if you decide to renew. Okay, I honestly don't know. All right, guys, I'm just kind of, there's the cure, Q-U-R-E, is just over 21. Rallying with this market. There's a big rally on the market here. NAS actually went positive. There are things like that, yeah. Pre-market. Well, we have a lot of, pre-market ties. A lot of those require custom formulas, though. Okay, if you're looking for the actual data points. But we have things like this, which I mean, I don't know if you need the actual data points, but positions. So, for instance, our position filters are really good, I think. Let me just get this typed in here. So for instance, we've got position in the pre-market, position in the previous day's range. So if you're looking for stocks that are above the high of yesterday, you just put, for instance, 100 right here. If you're looking for stocks below yesterday's low, as an example, you put 0, okay, in the max. Things like that. You should get used to. These position and ranges are excellent. And pre-market, I mean, we have pre-market too. I mean, position in the pre-market. Position in the pre-market range. So you're looking for stocks almost at the high of the pre-market. You do things like, but hasn't broken yet. You can put things like, 97% to 99% as an example. Man, oh man. FUTU. Well, I mean, if it holds 21 and the market keeps rallying and somebody's asking me, do I think that it's a good idea? I mean, I'm watching it. I mean, if it holds, it might keep trying to rally. I mean, it's got a huge gap to fill after yesterday's disaster. It might keep, rallying a bit. Put a stop, maybe just underneath that whole number and see what happens. But this is not a recommendation. I'm not telling anybody to take this trade. It's just that it's trying to hold 21 really well. Yeah, I hope you had a stop there. I mean, you were trying to short FUTU, I guess. I mean, I was thinking the same thing, but it's so interesting. I mean, there it is positive now. I didn't actually see when I saw this morning. I did not see that this was one of those traders circulating. It actually looked. Can't remember where I saw the information. It actually looked a little more official. I wish I'd seen that. It didn't hurt me because I got out, but when you see these things, traders circulating, well, they can circulate anything they want. You know what's making a red bar ignored is BEKE. BEKE is a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. What's the high in the pre-market? It was about 1830. Guys, I mean, it takes this out. I mean, look at all the resistance right here, but if it takes it out, it's still down for the day. Now I'm looking for bounce plays from you, from the scan. Now I'm not getting any. Now that the market's doing this, yeah, what a rally. Remember, guys, Dow was down over 600. Now we're only down 250. Nas was down, I think, about 200. Now it's up 60. So definitely a nice little rally. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts. That BEKE holding that 18 level. The Cure is not bouncing really that much off that 21 yet, QURE. Even these rallies here, look at NKLA. I mentioned this one earlier. It was getting taken to the woodshed along with Riven and Lucid, etc. They've all rallied. CRTX, can't wait to see what the price is right now. Sure, why not put a $67 price? BEKE, guys, is in a little rally mode now. ADGI, you're absolutely right. This is really tanking now. Takes out 12. Look out below. BEKE takes out that pre-market high. I think it could have a little rally here. Okay, guys, here we go. I don't know how much of a rally it's going to be, but I mean we're at those pre-market highs now for BEKE. There's that red bar ignored, that great little signal right there. There we go. So again, if you're unfamiliar with it, let's bring up a big chart. So you see we have an uptrend right here, rally, then we have this red candle. Now, I guess technically it is not a red bar ignored. Technically, because the high is 1797 and this high is 1795. So technically, you know, this red bar should be totally engulfed by the previous green candle, but you know what? Who cares? The next candle being green, moving above the high of that bar, the high of that bar, can set off a nice rally like it's doing right now. So think of it like this. You have a trend, a pause in the trend, and then the trend continues. Okay? Ooh, that's really, really nice now, guys. Really nice. Okay, Pavlin, we're not 10 years old, okay? Told ya. I never say told you. I never say it like that. DNMR, guys, another one is trying to rally here. Getting a lot of these ones that were beaten up yesterday and now trying to rally a little bit. Wow, BEKE, that's really, really good off that red bar ignored. So I'm still kind of holding out for the Cure to see if it has a rally also, QURE, just because it's got so much room when you look left. It's just holding it over 21. ARW, let's take a look at ARW from Zach. ARW, boy, not very much volume. Okay, actually Chris is going to be in the YouTube room today, okay, instead of Andy. Just looking at that. DraftKings, DKNG on the move here. Look at this one. Rallying also. All right, so the rally is kind of holding here. So we had 45 minutes of straight up. Now we have a little pause right now. Little glimpse of a red bar. Let's see what happens. Not really much action today on the halts resumes. Only really the one IMMX. Okay, there's a nice almost $4 drop now for Riven. Almost got to that 100 level. Just stalled. So I'm not getting any new alerts right now, guys. Just kind of holding. Well, that ADGI, if that takes out 12, I mean, you look left here. I mean, the next low on that 15-minute chart from yesterday is around 1050. All right, guys, ADGI now trying to take out that 12 level. I don't know about IMMX. Why would you think it's interesting? No, I see now. Wow, no kidding. Interesting is right. I thought it was just sort of still in this area here, but look at the volume coming in. Yeah, nice spot here. IMMX, I mean, I got halted. Got halted earlier at 330, at 379. It resumed at 398, but then it fell way back down. Yeah, this is, I want to say, again, is this really an IPO here? It just got halted again, guys. IMMX, it just got halted. Took it out. Yes, ADGI just took out 12. In a big way. It just took out 12 in a big way. All right, let's take a look at where this could open, guys. So here is the halt for IMMX at 514. We have this is going to change, but 521, 521. So as we speak, and now see how it's changing, 525, 525. And if it is, give me a moment here. Stretch out my window. Oh, there we go. So it was halted at 11:07 plus 58 seconds. So if it's going to be a 12-minute halt, it's going to be a 5-minute halt. It'll be 11:12 plus 58 seconds. All right, so almost 11:13. We'll see what happens. See how this can change, of course. Not set in stone, but so this actually was an IPO. Okay, it was an IPO. All right, let me just do a check. Is this the one that had the very few shares? Seems like it should be. This could get really interesting. Yeah, so 4.2 million shares at 5. So basically it's at the IPO price, okay. Didn't close well, closed at 367, but only 4.2 million shares. And who's behind it? Think Equity. Okay, so yeah. Oh man, this is gonna have a rocking open, guys. This could be really interesting today. It's kind of the ones we've been waiting for. One of these really cheap IPOs issuing very few shares that do go crazy. It just didn't happen yesterday when it actually launched. BEKE still alive, guys. Okay, we have about another minute before this will open, if it's a 5-minute halt for IMMX. Yeah, this could be really interesting. I mean, look what's happening here. I mean, 535, 535. So there's the halt at 514. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is Interactive Brokers Time and Sales. All right, starting to drift down now to 530, 530. So if it should be opening in less than 10 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Okay, 3, 2, 1, boop. There it is. Okay, so no big jump yet. Or is there? Yes. All right, guys. I mean, I can't tell you how to trade these. I mean, this is just only because, in fact, I think it's just going to get halted again. Yeah, it just got halted again. So I'm still in some. I took some, but now we're in a halt again. Again, you get these crazy ones, there are very few shares issued, low price, just it didn't happen yesterday. Yeah, I mean, look at that rally here, I mean, for AMC. No, that was to sell, Nikki. That's not a buy. That is a topping play, a topping. Okay, so this in theory is to short, not to buy. Okay. You understand that? Yeah, AMG got AMG, IMMX halted again. Yeah, I know, but this is not signifying to buy it. Okay, this is the flip. These are the buy ones. Okay, the bounce plays. You know, things that have been beaten up. I mean, listen, doesn't mean it's not going to go higher. Just like this is not absolutely saying this is not going to go lower. These are just alerting you to situations where maybe you're getting a bounce. This is the reverse. Maybe a top to short. Yeah. Okay, so you understand that. Well, that got exciting. A couple of, the BEKE, and that one got exciting. Let's see where it's going to open. You know what? I lost sight of Cure. QURE, guys, is now, looks like it is really trying to bounce now off that 21. I lost sight of it. Look at the market. Market is just resting now. Shoot. You know, the other one, I mean, maybe to keep an eye on, if we get this big rally continuing, this cult, I mean, CALT, there's a 200-day moving average, so 2570, so it has that to contend with, but it's a low float, 15 million in the float. Had the big day yesterday, and after hours the day before. I'm not in it. Doggone it. Well, Cure, guys, it did bounce off that 20. I just had to concentrate on some other things, so. There, okay, it just opened. Okay, I'm out of it, totally out of it now. Now, if it goes over 6, I might get back in. I'm talking about the IMMX. It had a little pop up here. You had to be super quick. So I'm going to stick an alert at $6 and see if it takes it out later. You don't have to do the same thing, okay? This is highly speculative, right? It's a second day of its IPO. You see now, I mean, if you'd had shorts available, you see what I'm saying here. 631 as a big top. I had no shorts available, of course, but it's the second day of the IPO. A lot of times that's not going to happen. But that was the idea then. If to take a look at something like that and maybe short it. I mean, it would have been awesome, of course. And now it's halted on the way down. So guys, I mean, that's why you got to be awfully careful. But long term, I have got my alert set for 6. See if it, next week. I mean, it's basically at the IPO price of 5. Nothing shaking with the AI today. Very, very quiet. Only 3 trades or 3 alerts, and really nothing happening. Well, I was scrambling to get out of my long position before I was even going to short it. So, but that really went quickly. Boeing, boy, I haven't seen Boeing in a long time. Yeah, if I were doing, yeah. But I wouldn't have done it. I never would have done it. I mean, it's so risky. Something like that, you never know what's going to happen. AMC still almost at the day's high. TDS, what are you doing? TDS. Probably coming into some support around 1930. Really, William, you think? All right, guys, well, let's take a little trade here in the simulator just for fun, show you how this all works, okay? So I wanted to short this ADGI. All right, for those of you who are afraid about shorting, you can always practice shorting. So let's just do, we'll do 300 shares. We're going to short at the market because the spread's only a penny. So it took the trade at 11.84. As always, I'll put a stop in. Let's just put a whole number stop, show you how that works. Okay, so if I get stopped out, I will lose $49. Okay, this is in the simulator. So let's say you were willing to risk $50 a trade. The difference between the entry and your stop, 16 cents. You divide that into $50, you get about 300 shares. You can beg Orb Trader. Let's see. If we go to the home page, and see if somebody will take mercy on you. Okay. Basically, just give me your email. I'm sure they will. Just give me your email address that you signed up. Okay, so they can take a look at your account. All right. No, there's no guarantee. I'm not in accounting at all. Okay, so no guarantee, but that's what I would try to do. So when you click on that link, you'll see a little balloon. There we are, questions and answers. So just start that question right there, okay? So I'm just want to show you how this works. You know, I'm going to leave this in here. Might get stopped out. When you're starting out trading, please practice before you commit money to the market. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money with your real account, okay, with real money. Unfortunately, though, there's still no guarantee. Even if you can make money in the simulator, there's no guarantee you'll be able to do it once you start trading live. The reason being is that a lot of emotion comes into trading. You know, I haven't gone over this in any great detail today, but you know, when you get into a trade, you have to have the way I trade anyway, I have to have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade. A stop price has to be based on something, though, not just, well, every trade I get into, I'm going to have a 10-cent stop or a 20-cent stop or a 0.5% stop. In my opinion, anyway, it should be based on something a little more, call it scientific. The way I do it, I look at a chart and I size up, probably no less than a 5-minute chart, but a 5 and a 15, where I think there's if I'm going long something, where I think there's support. So if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Others, there are different ways of doing it. Others might say, okay, I get into a trade, I'll get out if it breaks the low of the previous 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle, things like that. That's why you have to practice trading to get comfortable at placing stops, where you're going to get out of a trade if it's not working for you. The other thing to consider also is, excuse me, to have some kind of a checklist. Just a minute, please. Is to have some kind of a checklist that everything has to be checked before you take a trade. In other words, you should really always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. So unless you can check everything, and you know what your checklist, you know, that'll be up to you. That's why you have to practice. But even if, you know, you're able to check everything and everything looks fantastic, you know, even the best setups don't work sometimes. And that's why you have a stop. But sometimes it's really, really difficult to obey your stop. You know, you cannot believe you're getting stopped out of this absolutely fantastic setup. So you ignore your stop. So instead of that, you know, if I allow myself to be stopped out at $12 here on that short, instead of allowing I might say to myself, you know what? I think it's going to come back down. You know, so I'm not going to obey my stop, and it goes up to 12.50. It goes up to 13, 14, rises all, you know, and all of a sudden, instead of my nice little manageable $50 loss that I was prepared to take, it could turn into $200, $300, $400, $500 before I finally get out of it. It's very hard sometimes. And as I always say, the worst thing that can happen though is not obeying your stop. So let's just say, for argument's sake, this goes through 12, I don't obey it, goes up to 12.50, up to 13, I still don't obey it, and then finally it starts to collapse again, and it goes all the way down to 11. And I say, oh, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Yeah, can that happen? Of course. Of course. That can be one of the worst things, because then you start getting into the habit of not obeying your stops. And again, you know, of course, sometimes a stock will reverse for you. But the times it doesn't, or the time it doesn't, it can be devastating to your account. And with commissions so cheap now, there's no excuse. The old excuse used to be, wow, I can't afford to pay, you know, if I keep getting back in and out of a trade, I'm going to get killed on commissions. Well, that's no longer, obviously. So you can always get back into a trade. You know, you can look at it this way. You can say, well, it was a great setup. It didn't work the first time. Oh, now it's setting up again. Maybe it'll work this time. Maybe I was just a little bit early for whatever reason. Maybe market conditions. You know, there are lots of reasons why trades don't work. And now here's an interesting one, okay? The UEPS. Here's something you can do. Let's just say you wanted to take this one. But you don't want to take it right now. You want to see if it has a nice break. See, I just got stopped out. Okay, I wanted to leave that in. I just got stopped out for the manageable $51 loss in the simulator. Now, if you are trading your live account and you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, your broker will have the same. If you cannot obey your stops, I mean, typically I don't put auto stops in because, you know, I'm trading long enough. I do obey my stops. The other thing is I'm rarely in more than 2 trades at a time. So I'm able to manage my trades by watching the charts. But if I were in, you know, not that I would ever want to trade this way, and I don't think anybody brand new should not be trading this way. But if you're in, you know, 10 trades at a time, then you're going to have some way of automating your exits and profits and all that. I don't think anybody starting out should ever be in 10 trades at the same time. But where was I going? UEPS. So let's just say, for argument's sake, I want to take this trade, but I only want to take it if it breaks out a little bit. It's nice base it's nice base at 5. Maybe I want to put a conditional buy order at say 510. See if it takes that out. So I'll take 500 shares. I'm going to put 510 in both of these boxes. I'm going to click the buy button and watch what happens. I'm going to see a blue line on the chart. Okay, there's a blue line on the chart. So if UEPS goes up to $5.10, it'll take the trade. Now, I could have done it another way, of course. Let's say I wanted to take it, but if it pulled back to a certain level, in other words, a price underneath the current level, well, you could have done the same thing. Pick how many shares you're going to take and put the price in both these boxes and click that buy button, and you would have seen a blue line underneath the current price. Now again, when you're going to do something like this, you should know, so if I got filled at 510, I also have to know ahead of time where I would take myself out of the trade if it didn't work. Okay, so, and that will share size me. Because again, remember, you should have about the same amount you're risking on every trade. In other words, first of all, if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking, say, $1,000 a trade. So depending on your account size, let's just say your account size says, yeah, I can risk $100 a trade. And you should try to keep that about the same every trade. You're not going to want to risk 100 one trade, 300 the next, 50 the next. And don't get into revenge trading. You might have all the greatest intentions. I risk $100 the first trade, it doesn't work. And you think, man, I better risk 200 the next trade because I've got to make that money back and then also make $100. Revenge trading can be terrible. Now, here we go, market. You might be right. I'm looking at some of these, like Hood is starting to drop. Riven is now starting to drop. Some of these ones. You know what is not dropping, though, is BEKE. Wow, what a great red bar ignored pattern right there. Yeah, IMX, I mean, that's a brief flurry of excitement, but I still have an alert set way up here. I don't think it's going to happen today, but maybe next week. Remember, the IPO was at 5, so set it up 6 and see if anything happens later on. ABSI, you guys are talking about ABSI. Yeah, I mean that in order to try to short that, it probably, as you're saying, it probably went so quickly. So can't be too upset with the Cure now, guys. The Cure, it was a marginal bounce off that 20 level, or the 21 level. Got up to about 40, almost up to 50, but now it's starting to drift down again. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones. Look at Rent. Rent's an all-time low. RENT, all-time low. Another recent IPO, XPro, another one, just about 5% above the all-time low. So now's the time we start getting some of those toppers and see if now that you get the market on your side for some of these toppers, see if they, like right here, STRN, what is it doing? STRN, nah, I'm not going to say it, Zach. Other than SIB. The STRN, no, STRN. No, I said SIB, stupid IB, as Real has patented that. Yeah, if you can pick your spots. So here's a classic. Look at this, okay? I got stopped out of the ADGI. It popped up. Could have said to myself, why did I allow myself to get stopped out? Because look at it, it's come right back down. So now at this point, again, this is in the simulator. You know, if I thought, okay, maybe it was a little early, I could always do it again. Just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Hood's coming down now, but you know, it's for how long? I mean, obviously the market now is perhaps helping it, but also FUTU and Hood are looking the same in terms of their candle pattern. Pretty interesting. There's FUTU. Here's our red candle. We had the big run, and then Hood. Whoops, Hood. Almost exactly the same thing. We had the run, and now the big red candle. And I'll bet you, yeah, Tiger probably is the same. It's Tell Trader. So maybe these rumors are going to be true. Yeah, I mean, I see these because I've got these are my thumbnail charts on my other monitor. So I've got some of these things thumbnailed and I'm watching all day. All right, guys, we're getting close. 11:44. So Chris will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. I'm going to pop the YouTube link in right now. So if you want to head over there at 12. And of course, Chris is also there between 3:30 and 4:30 every day. Not every day, Monday to Friday. The rumor was that the Chinese government was going to prevent mainland China people in the mainland for having offshore accounts with FUTU and Tiger. That was the rumor. That was what's circulated by traders. But they refuted it. But this is what happened. You know, planning to ban online brokerage firms from offering offshore trading services to mainland customers. But they've come out. Then they came out and said, no way. Not yet anyway. Okay, so who's going to be right? So when that news hit, this is why Tiger dropped, and it was dropping, and then all of a sudden, FUTU, and I'm sure Tiger did the same thing, said, hey, we've received no notice like that. Does anyone know if mergers have to be officially declined if false information is circulating? How about an example? Well, sometimes, I mean, a company will come out and say, I mean, I can't speak for these guys, but I see. So, yeah, I remember this now. So there was a rumor that they're going to be merging or being bought. The answer to that question, I don't know. I mean, a lot of times what will happen is you'll see a company stock is moving higher because maybe a rumor like that. I'm not talking about SEAC, and then they'll come out and say, you know, there's nothing, we cannot substantiate that one way or the other, but I can't speak for this one. There's probably no official requirement required. And before I do leave, again, just making sure everybody knows we have the great promo on right now, 25% off, first month only or the entire year. Yeah, so I mean, it says December 22nd, but obviously it is on right now, okay? So there's a Christmas sale, but it has already started. All right, now here is a super duper cheap one, guys. It's almost at $1 now. Some volume coming in. I don't know anything about these guys. ELOX, but I mean, it could be one of those crazy ones. I mean, there's a lot of resistance right around 140 or so, 150 or so. For whatever reason, there's volume coming in, and I know the reason. What is Oppenheimer doing this time? Sure, why not? So Oppenheimer Initiating coverage, $4 price target. Again, one day I'm going to read or try to find out, okay, come on, what is your, not that it really will influence me that much, but just to see what sort of information they put out there and why they think it should have a $4 valuation. But that's the reason. Yeah, that's certainly not me, Tantan. I have no insight as to crypto plays whatsoever. The coins themselves, I have no insight. Now the problem is that that you're chasing it right now. The next high looking left is what? About $1.09 for ELOX. So highly risky, just being pumped by Oppenheimer. So now that of course is Gary's opinion. All right, this is nothing. Gary does not work for Trade Ideas. Okay. Yeah. Well, this will be interesting. I mean, I'm just kind of watching this to see if it takes a real pop through a dollar. I typically do not trade anything this cheap, but all right, guys. I'm just again just kind of keeping an eye on some of these thumbnail charts I've got, seeing anything is. This ADGI actually looks like it wants to rally a bit here. I mean, it is whippy as anything, but it looks like it wants to rally somewhat. You know what? I mean, if it takes out 1250, I'm going to stick an alert at 1250. If it takes out 1250, right up here, this could have a little run. The next area of huge resistance would be around 1350. Yeah, I don't really pay attention to the longer term like flags and things like that. Yeah, I mean, to me this is just a mess. Okay, I'm sorry. It sounds like you're probably in it. To me, it's just kind of very messy. Topping tails and bottoming tails, direction unknown. So I'll wish you good thoughts and hope it pops for you. You can't be in over $1.90, right? And as always, you have a stop. Wink. Yeah, I should have been watching this. Maybe I would have taken some just for fun on the CVNA. Just really outside of the price range I like to trade. But yeah, nice 10 points for you. I'm waiting for another topping alert. All right, guys, I'm telling you, look at this. It's a bit of a chase right now, but it just took that level out. I mean, it's got some room. You're going to do this one though. You don't wander away from your computer. Wow, BEKE. The power of the red bar ignored. Again, this was technically not exactly one because the topping tail was a little outside the previous green candle, but for all intents and purposes, you want to print this chart out, BEKE, on a 15-minute, and you'll see what we're looking at. Keep an eye on that ADGI, guys. I mean, the longer it holds over that 1250 mark, and we get some volume coming in, this could really pop. You got about $1 until the next resistance areas. Look at that 5-minute chart right at 1350. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying, but we need some volume. Had some volume, came in. Yeah, if you want to go back, yes, you can. You can go back to the other version. The news window has no... What do you mean by that? You mean in the single stock window? I did. I just, there's my single stock window. I just typed in, Macy's. I'll type in US Steel. Whoops. I'll type in US Steel. So I'm not sure. Oh, click news. Okay. Okay, so here it is, US Steel. No, I'm on news now. Here's my details. Click on news. This is the news about US Steel, United States Steel trade, etc. Same window. I have it in the same window. I guess I don't know what you mean exactly. But you can certainly go back to the previous version if you don't like this version, for sure. Don't know what you mean exactly. I've always just had it like this. If I want to break out, if I want to just see news all the time, I just duplicate my window. All right, go ahead, Chris. Gentleman probably wants to go back to the previous version because it's running slower for him, more slowly for him, the current version. But he's also talking about, I'm not sure what he means exactly. The details and the new. This is how I've always used my single stock window. But I'll stop right now, okay?
Okay, looks like we have eyes and ears on my screen here. Chris Varley here for Trade Ideas. I'm filling in for Andy today, trying to jump on the bandwagon here with Sean and Michael going on camera. Put a face to the voice here, so hopefully it's well received. I can see already people are getting kicked from the stream, so hopefully you all come back if any of you guys get kicked. I don't know why that does that to me whenever I take over the stream. Thank you. If you saw it 2 weeks ago and saw it now, you might not think it was quite as nice. So wow, look at that BCRX just running away on us today. Pete, how are you? So yeah, I don't know why some people get kicked from the stream when I take it over. I mean, I started a full 45 seconds before Barry did, so there's no, should have been no hiccup in the pass off, but it is what it is. We work with what we get, not with what we want most of the time. So it's an open forum here for anybody that's new or not familiar. What do I mean by open forum? You guys all generate the content. I don't have anything prepared for you. We go over some market thoughts. I don't have a ton of them at this point. End of the year. I think everybody's a little tired from the chop that we've been in general. We just no real direction in the overall market. I would say that if any of you were paying attention this morning, you were on Trader TV and saw Michael Noss. Just some really great stuff on there as always from him. I mean, just an honor and a privilege to work with people like him and Steve and Andy and Sean and Barry. These guys just bring so much to the table. Jamie, every day, and these different things that we discuss and talk about here. On the Q&As when I'm listening in, or the webinars that those guys do still weekly, bi-weekly, how it works now. Just really great stuff. So for anybody that was watching this morning, we talked about, Kathy Wood and ARK and Warren Buffett and Berkshire, and the divergence, especially in the last 4 to 6 weeks in those two stocks. So what's her ticker symbol there? ARK. See if we can find BRKB here. Oh, that didn't work out how I wanted. I can't seem to load it the way I want right now. There it goes. So, we can see here on this, this is one of the things he talked about today. And, just kind of like everything, kind of a lost year, everybody, talking about, it can't go up forever. Well, this is a snapshot here, and it look very similar to a lot of the indexes. And, this has made a pull up now and has maintained that pull up when we've seen this, big uncertainty over the last few weeks in the SPY, the Qs, the NASDAQ, all that. And, got quite the move there. And, so this really, brought brought some stuff to my attention today with what Michael did, so I'm stealing from him. And he went up and he compared those two charts to, or compared this chart to this here. Let me find the ticker. What's Kathy Wood's ticker? Is it ARKK maybe? There we go. And we look at hers here, and completely the opposite. Topped out early in the year, came down, been in this range, and now breaking down to the low of that range, banging on some really major support now. So, these are the kind of things that, we want to look at, especially for those that want to be swing traders. I always say, people, well, what's a good swing trade scan? What's a good scan that gives me a 5-day hold? There isn't one. What's a good scan to return you those ideas? We go over and create some things like that. But what's a good 5-day hold? Well, what's your trading plan, and what are you looking at for it? So, puzzles. They're all puzzles, pieces of puzzles. So just another piece of the puzzle of what's been going on and what direction we're heading in. Tech down, and the boring growth names, whether it's growth value. Those are what's up. Steve Gomez told me to ask you to build a double bottom scan, looking to build something that will show the intraday resistance levels for higher ranging stocks. Yeah, Pete, I don't mess around with GME or anything. I just look at the charts. So to your question here for building a double bottom scan, I'm guessing you're trying to look at like the geometric shapes. So if we take an alert configure window here, let's unselect that. Let's go to search. So we're looking at double bottom here, hours of trading, add that alert. We'll select that. Let's get rid of the unused. We have to decide how far back are we looking to find this double bottom. Now, if you're trying to find stuff that's, intraday double bottom, I'm not sure about that. That would take some real trial and error if it can be done. But, this is what you're going to want to select, and then what are you looking at from there? What do you want? Start to build a price range. I believe... maybe I had pointed out the geometric shapes. I don't know if it was to you or to someone else. Right, so 15 minutes, and then, how far back we're looking. The geometric shapes are, in all honesty, mediocre at best on some of this, because, it's an interpretation of resistance levels that it's trying to look at in this look back here. But, we select that alert. Right. Oh, Steve, I didn't realize that was you. Thanks, Steve. So we can put that look back there for those 15 minutes on those 15-minute charts, and from there we just start to build like anything else. So what we got in here for looking at someone show intradayers and high resistance level for higher ranging stocks. So do you mean higher ranging as in, it's been breaking out of a range recently, or higher ranging as in price range, higher ranging as in volume? I'm just going to start throwing some stuff together here. We'll go like $8 to $100. If you want to change any of these things, just, fire away some numbers for me in the questions panel. Price range. All right, if you want to go higher price range, I don't know, let's go with 20 as a minimum, not 820. Sorry, my computer just really struggles going on camera and all this. So, let's go 20 to, 250, let's call it, for a top. You say you want on gappers. Now, do you want, I've had to say this over the last week, do you want actual gappers or do you want change from close? Because our gap filter will calculate the change from close during pre-market. And as soon as market gets here, the gap is the gap. So, something moved up or down, it's static. So I don't know if you want to go change from close or actual gap. I'll wait for you to let me know on that. Let's give ourselves some volume, but I don't think we want to go with anything too crazy on volume. And what do I mean by crazy? Too short term. Let's look at 15-minute volume maybe. Let's add that filter and let's go 200% of normal for right now, or 2 times. Change from close, okay. Just because I've had a lot of people recently not understand the difference between change from close and gap. So I'm going to put 2% change from close here. So we've got the workings of this scan here. Stocks 20 to $250, 2% change from close. 15-minute volume there. We're going 2 times that volume. Let's see, what else something else we might like. If you think of anything specific, shout it out, of course. We'll add that in. And let's see. Those are all alerts. We'll skim by all that. Head into the filters and just see if something else jumps at us. I mean, we could start with just this as the filters and see what it returns. Obviously, the more filters, the less stocks. The idea behind more filters and less stocks is more quality alerts, but that's the idea behind it. It doesn't always work that way. Yeah, you're welcome, Mitty. And I just, a few people recently, and it was kind of, and there were actually a few of them were people that have been users of trade ideas for a few years, and they couldn't grasp what I meant. And I had to ask them politely if you can just Google what gap means, because obviously I'm not conveying it well to you, but you're looking for change from close, not gap. Price range change from close. Da, 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 da. Consecutive candles. No, we don't want to mess with the candles anymore because we're looking for those double bottoms. Again, I don't want to mess with pivots because we've got that double bottom in there. Maybe no change in 20-day. Let's just go with what we got for right now. So double bottom. Alright, we got that, and let's bring that over here since it loaded on another screen. Alright, and so the last alert it returned to us was CERN. I feel like that, yeah, I feel like this had some news today. I don't know what that news was. Wow, Holly turned it around today. Interesting. So I guess here's our double bottom. I don't know that this is going to be a great example. I suspect this is a buyout or something. Merger. Something like that. So change from close and gap both work pre-market exactly the same. The second the market opens, gap no longer continuously calculates. It just calculates the close from yesterday to the open today. So, the gap today, this is the gap right there, the bottom of this candle on this stock here. That's whatever percent that is. So this right here, that's calculating your change from close right now. So it's just going to keep calculating as this stock price fluctuates. The gap calculates the change from here to here. Done. That's it. We don't calculate anymore after that. Yes, so it works best off 15-minute candles, correct. I thought it worked actually a little different than what Steve had described there, but that makes sense to me now. So let's run the history on this today. And we're in one of those quote unquote markets right now where scanners are gonna, depending on what you're looking for, not return a whole lot. And why is that? Well, hold on, I'll show you 2 things I want to do. One, I'm going to get rid of the symbol linking. That's not going to work. There we go. So when you're trying to find breakouts and momentum and things like that, they're going to be fewer and far in between when you have, you know, the SPY looking like this and the Qs looking something similar and the Dow looking something similar. Where's your breakout here? You know, we're breaking out. Oh no, we're crashing. Oh, we're taking back to all-time highs. Oh no, we're crashing. Oh, we're breaking back out. Oh no, we're coming back down. So hard to find a breakout like that. And hard to find those double bottoms that, they're going to really line up on that double bottom. Sorry, just something coming in. So again, finding with these all just kind of buyouts, it looks like. All right, so here we go. Just calling this here as the double bottom. I'm guessing the look back is here, here, and then finding a new high here is the idea behind it. And then the rest is like that. Let's go with history and let's go all and see what we can return. Mike C. How are you, Mike C? Happy Friday to you, Mike C. Yeah, I think you're going to be good to go then. All you're going to look at after that double bottom is just, what you want to see. If you want to see an average number of shares over a specific amount of days, your price range, things like that. There's not much else on the geometric shapes, though. They kind of do their own thing as far as that goes. So just, bring up some stuff here. Just to look at well, going way back on some of these alerts will be not so easy. So that's going all the way back to the 3rd, so we got to really scroll back here. And with my computer ready to explode. I'm just a simple trader trying to make his way in the world. Alright, so got it. So in 4X, for a single stock window, had a box to type symbols in the news tab, which is no longer there. Now it's in the details tab. Is there a way for me to fix that? I've never used the news tab. I mean, the only time I use the news tab is if someone's asking about our news and I take a screenshot of it to send it to them. I don't remember if there was a tab there. I've always just done it through the details tab. The only thing I can offer you is if, it's that important to you, we can send you back a couple of versions. I have the last working beta 4.4 or 4.2.432 or something like that, whatever it is. So you'd have to uninstall uninstall your current inversion because you can't go backwards on installs without uninstalling. So, all right, I'm not gonna try to scroll back anymore. I think we got the gist of it there. And so that's all I could offer you, Midian, for that. If you want to go back, just keep in mind that we update our software not for a few reasons. One, we add things to the software, like our Market Explorer, for example, and they're not going to be in previous versions. And two, as Microsoft and PC's technology in general update, we have to keep up with it, and that's why another reason we put out new versions. So at some point, the previous versions just won't work, and like everything else on an update, we have to learn to adapt. I'm generally never a fan of the updates on my iPhone, but I adapt. That's all I can do. Your layouts should all be there, whether they're saved locally or they're saved in the cloud. Just make sure you have everything saved. Go through, go file, load from cloud. Make sure that you have whatever you want in here saved. All right, and then file. You know, your layouts. You can either go load layout or save layout, and just make sure that they're all in there. And that's all you should need to do. As long as that stuff is there and you don't mess with your hard drive or delete any of it, it'll all be there for you. Do you know if I use the 25% coupon for the annual, will it renew next year at the discounted rate, or is there someone person to contact if you're not sure? So Tom, generally speaking, all of our discounts are off the first month of a monthly or year of an annual, and it reverts back to there. You can refer to info@trade.com and ask there, and it'll get forwarded over to the accounts and billing side of things, and someone there will answer you. But our billing policy states, on our site specifically that what I just described. And I do not. I don't go into all the stuff that the billing and stuff are due. I just anytime I see any of those things, if they happen to land to me, I pass them along, and whatever happens from there. But here, talks about promos and discounts, unless otherwise stated. Discounts reduced total order in the subscription. In case of recurring, the discount applies to first installment. So that's that's what we have. But you can always ask. The worst that they can do is say no. You got it. So I would recreate the stock window. Yeah, anytime you want to save your whole layout locally, and what we call default layout is what will load every single time you start up trade ideas. So, I have multiple layouts as, I think that's a good way to go about things personally. So if I go to load layout here, you're going to see, this is the default layout. That's what it'll always be called, the layout when I start up trade ideas. And then I have some different layouts that I've tested stuff with. My evening scan layout. I have some different pre-market layouts, some other support session layouts from other webinars and stuff that I've done. And so, anytime I start, this is the layout that will load. And then if I need to switch, they're all here. And just one thing to note about the default layout that's important: if you're a Brokerage Plus user, your default layout that's here, that's where your Brokerage Plus settings are saved. So anytime you're doing anything with Brokerage Plus, make sure you save it to your default layout. If you're editing a scan, loading in scans, editing Holly for automation, whether it's live or simulated or anything like that, anything you do to Brokerage Plus will not be saved to the cloud. Always has to be a local save. No, there's no D-Day because there's no way for us to know. So, for example, this past spring, Microsoft made some major updates with C++, whatever that has to do with. And all of a sudden, people with the newer computers, let's say computers that were less than 3 months old this spring, they could not download trade ideas properly. And so we had to make changes and put that out in a beta, and then had to make an adjustment within the production build too. So, and we had no idea that Microsoft doesn't call us up and say, hey, just so you have a heads up, we're making these changes, so you might want to prepare for it. No, they make changes, and unfortunately we get slapped and have to adjust on the fly with things like that. So no way for us to know. So yeah, I mean, if you have that already downloaded there, Midian, you have that download still saved, you can go right back to that. If not, I mean, I can send you a link. I can send you a link for the last working beta that we had. And that's what I'm allowed to give out. So, all right, let's see what else we got going on. Let's update my computer. It's likely not work. No, it's just it's whatever was coded and built into this. I mean, I perhaps the only thing I can figure is that when we changed the way the single stock window was formatted to become its own container window. So if we go duplicate into a free floating window, bring this over. This is a container window here. These are all container windows. So we can do this stuff with the single stock window now. And I suspect that's what made that change. Like I said, I don't recall there being an order symbol entry box in news or anywhere else. It just for what I remember, it was always in the details tab. All right, so if you're not familiar, well, two things here. Let me get you a couple videos here on container windows, just in case you're not familiar. This is for anybody, of course, not just for Midian. Da, da, da. Where are you, videos? Okay, so this is a video that I personally did on them, and then let me find you one that Brad did. So there's two different videos for anybody curious about docking there. Is there a way to show the earnings date on charts? I guess that's not something you all have yet, maybe. I'm not sure. I can't remember now what's released to you guys. Because like I have this E here indicates that we had earnings for Marvell there. That's if the earnings are past and if the earnings are current here. I know it's something that we're working on, but if you guys don't have it, then you don't have it yet. What version, Kurt? What version are you on? If you go to help and about, what version do you see here? Yeah, of course, my pleasure to help. And for anybody that's out there, you ever have a question after hours, or how do I do this or this function? Again, just hand this out like it's candy. Email is here. We'll find you the video. We have a video on any major function of the software. We have a video. There's some nitty gritty stuff that there's not going to be video on, but odds are we'll have a section of it in the user guide for sure. I'm trying to find out if you guys have access to the earnings on the charts. Because aside from the function that we've recently added, at least in our developmental versions, there's no other way. The only other thing for the earnings is here in the single stock window. So let's see. Mess around and build a top list while we're not asking questions. So whenever I'm building a new so that's the latest beta for you guys there. So then you guys haven't had it passed over to you yet. There's some bugs on the developmental version that I'm on right now that might pertain to adding that logic of the earnings. So that's probably why it hasn't been passed over to you all yet. I don't know if you guys notice sometimes my charts, the intraday charts zoom way in. Unfortunately, it's kind of a nuisance. Anyways, I was gonna mess around and build a top list here. Whenever I build a top list, instead of going to start from scratch, I just go to Windows specific filters, erase what I don't want, click hide unused, and then start building. Just because I don't want to lose the columns that are already here. Generally speaking, these are the columns that I like to look at anyways. The only one I don't really care for is volume percent today. So, we talked about this being a tough market and, trying to find some things that are trending. So, think about how we'd find things that are trending. And I thought, well, and we're talking about, more value names looking, looking more appealing. They're not, making huge moves. They're not the big, romance names that are out there, but, you know, that's what makes money right now. So Bill, if you go to, 'cause someone just said you should have it. If you put MRVL in, you don't have an E on your chart right here for the, I guess it's the 1st of December. So looking at try to find some names that are trending. I'm gonna just stack position and range filters. So we got to be above the 6 month high, or excuse me, 6 month low. We got to be above the 3 month low. We got to be above the 20-day low. All right, let's. Nope. Okay. Hmm. Okay, because yeah, I'm getting the same thing that you should have it there, Bill. Interesting, because I didn't have to build my chart, redo my charts. It just appeared one day when I downloaded a new version. So, all right, back to this, trying to find some. Since you don't use the news tab, I'd like to ask, what do you use to see breaking news? I don't. I don't look at the news ever. I take painstaking caution to never look at the news. Um, the news influences what I'm looking at on a chart. All I care about is price and volume. Actually, today I decided I'd remove the 50-day moving average from my daily charts. So now it's an 8 EMA, a 20 SMA, and a multi-period low of 20 days, and that is it. Um, the news just doesn't give me any advantage. It influences my thought into away from technical analysis, and that I'm doing technical analysis on these charts. Uh, in the future, if I become more investment minded in that sense, doing my due diligence on some news, I suppose. Um, okay, so that E is earnings. All right, there, Kurt. And then if the earnings are in the within the next, I forget how many days, you'll have a box up here that says the earnings, and that's what we have to offer for earnings on the chart. So, anyways, long story short, no news for me. Um, any CEO or CFO can come out there and say whatever they want, and if a company merged, the move's made. Now, does the move look like it's sustainable? Does it look like it's going to fall back out in the gap? A chart's going to tell me that. There's no news source that's going to tell me what to believe if that merger, means the stock is a buy as far as I'm concerned, or phase three. You're never going to get the FDA news before everybody else does. No matter what, I don't care who you are. Even if you had the most wonderful breaking squawk desk in the world, as a retail trader, there were probably 1,000 people that knew that news before it was coming out, that had already positioned themselves before you had a chance to even get a flash of that news. So it just isn't worth it for me. Anyways, so we're building something, trying to find a trend, longer term trends here. Um, for now, I just want to run this with just those position and range filters. So just have to be above the low of 6 months, 3 months, and 20 days. We'll call it trending on 6 months. And those are all the filters that we have in there. And I put no other filters just to see what we're going to return here. And so we're finding stuff off the bottom, because now this is obviously going to be higher than the 6 month low. $20 and so on. Well, we'll see if we can find some stuff that's yes, it is only on the daily charts, the E. Well, no, that's not true. It shouldn't only be on the daily charts. Hold on. New doc channel bar. We have earnings as a doc channel. Earnings. So let's look here. See, there's an E on the 15-minute chart. You just have to have it on that date. Again, here's your E. And then let's see, are any of these. And so this is going to be something that hasn't had earnings yet. Earnings today after the market close. See? Up here now. Earnings today after market close. That's what I believe you should all be seeing. So there we go. All right, perfect, Bill. All right, so we got a lot of sub-dollar stocks coming through here. Nothing that I'm interested in. Now we're going to tighten this up a little bit. Go with 8 to 100. finding stuff that's beaten up right now still. T-Doc. Would I take a look at OXBR? Sure. I would like that request as well, Night Fox. You can send it here, and me or someone else will mark it as a future request, pass it to the dev team. Info at trade. I don't know how plausible it is or isn't when it comes to all these things, but yes, that would be absolutely fantastic. So OXBR, quite a run. There's beautiful horseshoe up. There's a cup and handle. These beautiful moves here like that. You're really climbing on that right there. But there's no volume in this thing whatsoever. So, I mean, unless you know something special about it, you're $3 off the lifetime high right there. You're doing a quarter of its normal volume over 10 days, and that's at 53,000 shares right now. So, not something I'd go and chase. Like anything else that I see, for me it's extended. Now this thing, you could wake up on Monday and it be at 7, and then Tuesday it be at 7 and a quarter, and Wednesday be at 7.50 for all I know. But for me, it's a chase at this point. You've got all these up days in a row, very little pullback. Oops. But I would say this, it's really obeyed this 8 EMA for a long time here. It caught it here and just really kind of held on to it all through here. So now you're finding it a little extended. So maybe if it were to catch up to an 8 EMA or a 10 SMA, use that as your guiding hand. This was nice here. You had this move, and then you had this sideways action here. It's a bull flag, and then made a move off that bull flag. I mean, not any kind of major move, to say the least. You're talking about here, pop to 621. Now it's at 659. So, you've got all these days and you've moved 39 cents or 38 cents, whatever it is, 37 cents, give or take. So, you don't, there's not a lot of range in this. There's not a lot of volume in it. There's not a lot of anything in it. But if you know something, if there's something you like about it, just trade it according to your plan for OBX. Do you have a video on how to create a docked channel bar? You don't create it. You can load one. We'll do that right here. New. Docked channel bar. That's it. And then when you do that, you'll get this. And then you can select from here. The docked channel bars are more limited than the free floating channel bars because of limitations of the docked window. So like the Trader's Vault, for example, is not here. I'm not sure which other ones fell under that category. But that's it. There's no, you can save, you can do that and then save it to the cloud or save it as a layout, and then you have it like that. But I don't think there's a way to take a free floating channel bar and dock it into a layout. It's just, a docked channel bar or not a docked channel bar. Let me see something. Yeah, there's no right click and dock this or anything like that as far as I know. size back. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Is that what you were asking there, Michael? What are the advantages and disadvantages of the docked window? So, I mean, if you want to be able to grab everything and move it all at once, like you just saw me doing, you have that. If you were to watch a video that I just did, that I put in there of how I personally use it. So just for an example, I'm gonna bring this over here like this. I have in another browser window some different troubleshooting software and things that I run during the day, and so sometimes I only need to see like this section of it, and I'm while I'm trading and doing other stuff. Um, I only need this section of it, or I only need this section of it. And so having these windows docked like that for me, and I want to see all these windows. I don't want to have to try to find each individual window and click on it so I can see these windows. I just click on the dock, and they come up right over it. That's just a personal example of what it does for me, anyways. You can organize a little better, save some space. There's also tabbing within them. So, for example, with tabbing, I can take, well, where's that scan that I was just messing around with? And I can take this and add it and duplicate it into this window here. Now it's, tabbed with the option scan. So I don't have to have them, if I don't need it on top, now it's there for me underneath to go back and forth between. Now I can pull that here and I can tab it like that there again. So, there's a lot of ways to get quote unquote creative with all that. Yeah, you can create your own docked window. No, you're correct in that. So a few ways that you can go about creating a docked window. One, you could simply go to New and Docked Window, and it's going to give you this title bar with a window over here that I can't currently bring over, but we'll call it Test Dock. All right. And when you do that, it's going to bring you to this page here. All right. And you can start to do what you want with this window. We can get rid of this because this is the user's guide section on docking. All right, and now we can start to build stuff into this window if we want. So for example, like I said, I'm just going to use that one scan that I had there that's free floating. Dock and see test dock, so I've given it a name here. And I can just kind of keep adding it. Let's just pretend for a second that this was, multiple different scans that I'm putting in there. Charts or whatever. So now I've got these all docked, and then I can pull and start to arrange them how I want them arranged. So that, that's that part of it. And again, I shared before, I'll share it again. Um, looking for, again, here's those docking videos too. This might help you. That's the one Brad did, and this is the one that I did. You can link a floating window with a docking window, for example. Yeah, that goes back to linking. So, we link and come to symbol linking. And linking groups, link to all. Do we want to link all these? How do we want the whole doc linked? Do we want to go individual scans? So that's a right click up here at the top of the doc. Change title, so on and so forth. Save or share the doc to the cloud, all those things like that. GFT taking off right now. Oh, GNFFT. I saw that. I don't know where I saw it. I saw it on some scanner. I thought to myself, good NFTs. So did that, Michael, did that help you at all, what I just did there for the docking? The docking's mostly straightforward. And you don't have to go to new docked window. You can always go like this. So you've got the scan here, and you could always go right click and duplicate into new dock window. And that just did this right here. So now I've got this docked window with this scan in it already. And then of course the free floating scan still exists. Right here. And then that's going to be the last doc that we created right here. And of course we can name them, like I said before, change title and all that stuff like that. All right, awesome. Just want to make sure you get that answered. And then, that's some of the basics of docking, and you can definitely check those videos out for a little more detail. And like I said, I give some examples of how and why I use the docking, how I personally use it. Wow, 12:52 already. When did that happen? So, Barry will be back in a couple of minutes. Just take this moment here to say, Barry now is keeping the room open till 3:30 every day. He goes on mute at 3, I believe. And I come and I take the YouTube stream at 3:30 and do this exact same thing we're doing here every day at 3:30. Same format, all open Q&A and things like that. It's, generally a pretty quiet group in there. So, it's a good way to come in and get some questions answered, whether you just want to talk some charts or scans or the AI or compare count windows, whatever. Come and keep me company, please. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Try some different stuff out here, mess around. There we go, stuff that's trending. So, off the, it's all the way above its 6-month low, 50% above its 3-month low, and 25% above the 20-day low. Always, Mike C, always a pleasure. Last couple of days, let's say, to criticize myself, I'm a little lacklustered as I'm a little winded at the moment coming into the end of the year. I'm sure a lot of people are. My brain is, less than active for just kind of coming up with fun and creative stuff going into the end of the year here with all this chop and things like that. And my trading has, I'm taking half share size of what I'd normally take, and I'm taking fewer trades. I've went almost a whole week without a trade last week, I think. So it makes for maybe a little less chatter here. All right, Midian, good to know. This is the place to come. I started out as, a completely from scratch trader. And coming to, they didn't have these support sessions when I was, first found Trade Ideas. It was just the traders room and the 5 o'clock webinars. But I taught myself to trade through all of this completely from scratch. So I'm not some multi-millionaire or anything yet. But here I am earning an all right living and not doing the work that I did for 27 years anymore. Doing my own thing now. So while difficult, dream is possible. Um, what are we looking at here? So yeah, but back to all that. I'll be here again at 3:30 today. So if you just couldn't get enough of me today, I'll be back at 3:30 Eastern time. So I'm just trying to mess around with this, see if we can find something kind of useful here. Find some things and some trends here. But return maybe a few more than 10 ideas. Trying to find strength in a market that's really tough to find some strength in right now. I'll say that 2 years for break even's actually all right. That's about what it was for me. Um, doing the same thing, Night Fox. You mean smaller share size and just kind of hanging around and sitting on your hands more? Is that what you meant? I just this was actually my best year, and I'm not trying to hand it back in this mess over the last couple of months. And like I said, there's stocks that are trending and they're doing all kinds of things, and I found some of them. I just haven't pulled the trigger at the right time, or I wasn't willing to pull the trigger when the time was right, and it kind of the ship sailed without me. And just it is what it is. That's it's the name of the game. You don't get them all. And so something like this has been on and off my radar. This is something I'm probably gonna start to look at again. Yeah, doesn't have any crazy volume here. I shouldn't say crazy volume. It just doesn't have the volume that wants to get me interested for the moves we had. And what I mean by that is last year and going into the beginning of this year, I was taking a lot of trades on stocks that were only trading, I don't know, let's say 350,000 shares a day, 500, 750,000 shares a day. Like a lot of my trades were stocks that were under a million shares a day, you know, on a longer term basis. And I was having some great success with stocks like that. And then the last 3, 4, let's say 5 months probably, if I've tried to trade anything that was quote unquote thinner on the volume, I've been punished more than I've been rewarded on it recently. So I've just kind of leaned away from those stocks. I guess this one's going to approach a million here at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's got this nice base that's here, but this line's a magnet. Couldn't do it there. Couldn't do it here. Couldn't do it here. And that's going to take quite a bit of energy to get back to that line again. Do I, what's the risk reward riding to that line? You know, where do we decide our risk reward? I don't have a clear spot as for my trading plan, how I'd want to enter that. And so I'll be a spectator. So ACET, another one. It's a great rounded bottom here. But again, it makes a move up through here, and this line just is a problem for it. No volume whatsoever. I won't say no whatsoever, but 300,000 shares traded. There's a rug pull this thing real fast. Here's one we've talked about a bunch in the later Q&A. And so I discussed this one, when I first made this move coming up to here, I said, I don't know. And then a couple of days later, I said, this is how fast I'll change my mind. We'd stayed here sideways around this line for a while, and it got me interested because now we had a reasonable defined risk level here where the sellers couldn't really bring it back down again, and that it made for a nice risk reward, here being my stop. And not that that's necessarily my target, but knowing that if we can hold this area, that's likely a move that it'll make. Now, I'm guessing it had some kind of news or something today. Well, maybe not. It's not anything massive for volume. Well, for whatever reason, it gapped up off that and it's made a nice move. Now, I didn't take a position in it today because I really wasn't looking to take any positions today or yesterday, and the tape that we had yesterday. But, I kept it on my like symbols, as you can see right there, and kept watching it. So, like I said, sometimes they move without us, and it's just kind of the name of the game. We'll keep watching them and hope that they set back up for us. That's all we can do. ADGI. What does that look like? Well, I had this massive spike that day. I wouldn't go anywhere near it for the moment. Oh, I had a price alert on here. Oh, Barry was talking about it, so I always like to follow some Barry stocks once in a while. No way I was trading this thing. I think I saw the time and sales on it, and that's just not my cup of tea. Especially, all right, now you've got, yeah, I mean, that was a big, huge move that it made yesterday. Look at that thing. But you're going to have all these bag holders up here. I guarantee there's going to be a whole bunch of people that own stock up here that are praying for it to get anywhere near this area. And the second it starts to move, you better believe they're dumping stock on everybody that's buying stock. So at what point does this demand that moves the price up outweigh this supply that moves the price down? Not to mention, I'm sure you have some people that must be massively short this thing at this point from that level there. So what else? What else to look at? It's funny. The SPY with all of its horrible choppiness today. Some stuff on my liked list. Not looking too bad. I'll say at least ACAD. LWLG back at it today. FGen back at it. Arlo. And this one was a nice one. All right, came right down here and bounced right off that line. So now we're finding this to be some really nice support here. This will be one that I'm taking a
Tell you, the stock I'm kind of interested in is that ADGI again if it makes out 13. And it may not do it, but I'm just looking at some of these other momentum stocks, and they are. I mean, the FUTU. What a did the video on it today, talking about be wary of news. All right, so I guess you guys can hear me in YouTube again. And look at Tiger. How much did Tiger move up? Yeah, I mean, that's a big percentage move. Again, just like FUTU. Oh, I'm sure there's going to be more quote-unquote news coming out for both of these regarding the Chinese government. Just a minute, please. What a run for GME! My goodness. I mean, so there's that red bar yesterday, taking this out. I didn't even know. Well, I have actually one in the option scanner. Not too impressed by it though. OPK. Let's see, the high over here at 463 and then 509. I mean, it has a shot maybe to get to the 5 level, I suppose, but I'm not that impressed by it. You're gonna have to wait for earnings seasons again, guys. So not too far away. January 19th. So about a month from now, we'll be back into earnings season. So there's a little pot for court. Real was talking about this one in the pre-market, trying to figure out what this really means. The preliminary results of the tender offer of up to 10 million shares of stock between 2075 and 2375. So I honestly don't know how to read. I don't know how to make sense of that. There was really no pre-market volume, but there is some volume that just came in now for court, C-O-R-T. But this is what we're talking about. I don't really know how to make any sense of it, especially when the price is below. Why don't we all just go home now? I mean, this is really deadly. I did see BFRI. I know it's traded the float several times. I know right here, there's the next high looking left, which was 825, so it's taken that out. I know there's a high over here at 1040. I mean, the volume is good. I mean, obviously the volume is good. 3.6 million in the float, 17 in it's traded. Nice. I mean, a nice breakout on the twos right there. If I'd seen this, yeah, might have got interested. There was some volume, so probably would have got interested had I seen it back here. So you guys in YouTube get all your docking questions answered? And now I understand what, if you're still around, was it Midian, whoever asked? I had no idea that there used to be a little box you could type in the symbol in the news. I had no idea. Of course, all I would do is maybe just duplicate it. Duplicate the single stock window and have news somewhere else, but I had no idea. I never had I seen that before. Did these guys change their? This is not an IPO back here. Did they change their symbol, Plantronics? I don't think this is an IPO, is it? I think they might have changed their symbol name to Poly from something else. That's why it looks like an IPO here. Anyway, it's on the move. It's on the move a little bit. But you know what, guys? You can start chasing these things and and you can just get chopped to death on a day like today. It was a name change? Thanks. Or a symbol name change anyway. I guess they're still called Plantronic, or did they actually change their name too? Just a symbol. Okay, thanks. All right, I mean here, another little break out of consolidation for ZEV, ZEV. I mean a little bit of a break, some volume coming in. The high looking left though is 641, so I just don't see much more of a move. It's a problem. I'm seeing some of these, some of my scans, but they're not giving me the look that I want with all sorts of room when I look left, so I just take a pass. I was talking about having a checklist, and that's one of my checklists. If I don't see a lot of room, if I'm going to take something that's near the high of the day, if I don't see a lot of room on the daily, monthly, or weekly chart, then I'm just not going to trade it. Doesn't mean that it won't move, but it's just, I want to put more odds in my favor, and I'll just not take that trade. That's why the other one, what was that one we were looking at earlier? Two panes, okay. X4, thank you. That's the one I was looking for. Yeah, I mean X4. That was it. That could have been a beauty. Could have been a beauty, guys. That could have been a contender. But look at this. I mean, it was up here over 3. It looked pretty good. It was holding. You look left, tons of room. Just didn't do it. I didn't take the trade, because it was I wanted to see a break out of here, but that's what I'm looking for, is something that has room. Yeah, that would have been a beauty on the shorts, absolutely. You're right. See, this is what I used to do when I was... See, I don't use Trade Ideas News that much anymore, Shady. I use IB's News because it's just, quite frank, it's better. So, but this is what I would have... this is what I used to do. So I duplicate the single stock window and just keep it on News. All right, now, when I click on a symbol, there it is. So I've got... Because I do like my details. I want to see all this. So it's floating around, and I guess in theory, I could put it in here. I think that's what you mean, as another pane, I guess. How's that snacks doing? I actually have it thumbnailed. Yeah. This is one that I think we thought might really have a run yesterday. Very low float. Had some news, I guess, in the pre-market. Popped up, but just sold right off. had some room looking left. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to because I don't want to, but I understand, yes. Yeah, so if you're wondering why I don't do that, Nelson, you hit the nail right in the head, especially what I'm doing. You've got to be really paying attention to know whether or not you're in your simulator or your live account. Okay? It could have been the reverse, testing something in the simulator, okay? Thinking you were testing something in the simulator, taking it in your live account and getting a big loss. So, I mean, to me, there's no way I'm switching back and forth, even attempting it. Yeah, so, yeah, the KXIN was the same yesterday. It didn't really do anything. We had a nice run, guys, and it'll come back. I mean, it will come back. These things have cycles, but we had a great run, I'd say, of about a month, where all these low float, crazy little stocks kept running and running and running all day. That they wouldn't have the wild gyrations, up, down, up, down, up, down. You know, eventually maybe it's, after maybe 3 or 4 hours, they would start to come down. But it gave you great trending trades for quite a while. I'm just not seeing that now. But this sort of stuff is cyclical. And I'm not saying there's not one. I'm just saying the stuff that is popping up on my scanner anyway. Yeah, like CDX was pretty good. CDTX was pretty good. And if anybody's interested, I just got the word. Yeah, the webinars for next week are canceled, and I'm sure, well, obviously the week after that, probably no resumption until the first week of January. Also, maybe I'll just pop this link in now. We will be having our test drive again. Test drive will be tentatively, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be the date. It'll start on Monday, February 14th, which of course is Valentine's Day. So if you do want to sign up for it or be alerted to how to do it all, this is the test drive link. So if you sign up, all you're doing is just giving us your email, and then once we're closer, you'll get an email back saying, great, the test drive definitely starts on February 14th. Here's how you can sign up for it. Test drive meaning you can try our program out for 10 trading days, so that'll be from February 14th, which is a Monday, to a week the following Friday. It'll cost $11.11. It'll give you access to the full premium service. Also, if you're a standard subscriber and you wanted to try our premium service out for those 10 trading days, you can do so. It'll cost the $11.11. But anyway, all you're doing right there is you're just, well, let's read what it says. Okay? To get notified, just right here. Well, there goes ADGI underneath 12 again. So it's kind of been bopping around between 12 and 1250. I'm not seeing it making a new high here. SPRB. So this is on the Oppenheimer upgrade. A $15 price target. It's got room. I mean, it absolutely has room. And 30 million it's traded, 7 million in the float. So do some quick math. That's a little over 4 times the float. You look left. It's got room to 430. There you go. Well, it did just make a new high briefly, I think, because I think I just got a symbol crash, which is my alert right here, and it alerted right in here, 323, but it came right back down. So I'll stick an alert at 323 and see if later on it starts to move on volume. Yeah, I mean this one. I mean it's hard to believe this was a $28 stock. That's at one point that month, right down. ISIG, sure, I'll take a look at it. Yeah, I see what you're looking at. It's curling here. It's again that crazy, crazy low float. Boy, look at this one. I mean, this is an all-time low now for Cognite software. CGNT, all-time low now. Well, okay, again, it's looking at the previous day's candle, so that's why obviously this is the all-time low down here, but well, very glad it did not get stubborn with the hood. I mean, it took that short here, not at the time. Remember, it popped up. We had the alert at 9:30. It popped up over 1747. When it came back down, ended up taking that short, and it looked awesome. I mean, look at this. I mean, it looked awesome. This was going to happen. I remember I was saying, can it break 17? I took some out here right around 1714 as it was moving down, and then kaboom. But if I had said, it's going to come back, I mean, I wouldn't be happy if I'd held on to this just out of stubbornness. Sava, man, haven't seen this one for a while after its fiasco regarding its Alzheimer's drug. So guys, listen, I mean, if it continues like this, I know I say 3:30, but I may wrap it up at 3 if it's just going to continue like this. We'll see. Because I've totally lost interest. Yeah, man, it did. It really did. Yeah, because when I can't remember who pointed it out, it was right around 2040. Again, but be careful. I mean, it's a low, 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 low float. $20 stock, $22 stock with that float that is extremely low. Yeah, last week it got up to 35. I think even more one of the after hours or or after hours or pre-market, but yeah, I know. Okay, okay, I'll stick around. Hangover, Vicky. What do you got a hangover for? All right, well, the hood's over 19 now. So what's the high yesterday? Was a great comeback. I mean, almost 20 was the high yesterday. Great comeback. Now I'm afraid to look. Is it still running ISIG? No. So that's why you got to be careful, guys. I mean, yeah, I mean it ran all the way up to this. Remember, this is a 2 minute candle. All right, so it ran up to 2350, and then it got down to 1996. So I mean, you've got to be so careful with these. I don't think you missed much, real. Hmm. Remember, we used to look at Hootie all the time, every single day it seemed for a while. We were ran here and then chopped around here. You're right. Amazing, it is still trading at 30. Came off that 16. You know what? It has not hit a scanner of mine for a long time, and I have a feeling. Well, I know why. The relative volumes have been putrid. Look at these daily. Look at these daily candles. I mean, just nothing. So it hasn't triggered anywhere because of the relative volume for me anyway. Yeah, he's kidding. All right, guys, it's 1:30. I'm just going to put myself on mute for about 2 or 3 minutes. All right. Well, GNFT just took a. Well, actually, I guess from here, 467, 562. So from this 10-day daily breakout, that was a good one. Look at the SBRB. Oh, let's see. Did news? Yeah, okay. So they made. Okay, I know there was some news on the GNFT. I think they sold part of their business or something. I think they licensed. Or am I wrong? Maybe that was another company. Well, this is hey, I mean, this is a good one. Let's watch this one next week. I mean, next week the high 719 over here on the monthly chart. You can see if it can clear that. I mean, my goodness, it's got a ton of room. So this is one, you know, that'll undoubtedly make my watch list for next week, assuming it doesn't just collapse. Spikes on liver disease drug licensing deal. So that was, I thought they actually sold something too, but I may be wrong. So guys, what I do is I put an alert at 323 for this one, for the SPRB. See if it happens later on in the day. It might. Takes that out. You can see exactly where it stalled. 323 right there, and 323 right there. And 323, 324, sorry, up by a penny. So it's amazing how that works. So you can see that is, I mean, in theory, that's the only reason, that's the only thing stalling it. If it takes that out, then it's got a shot, you know, to start to fill in this void area here. And you can kind of see how slow it's been because, yeah, I don't get too many in the daily breakdowns or the breakouts, but I mean, the grand sum of 4 meeting all the criteria. Including this one, which I have no idea. BULZ, never seen it before. Because that's Bank of Montreal. I mean, that is the. So I don't know. It's obviously some kind of an offshoot of it. Don't know what it is. Yes, past 2 weeks pop on penny stock meets a big hammer. Absolutely, that's what's been happening past 2 weeks. Before then, wow, we had such a. It was fantastic. If you like to play those. All right, here's GBT. What are you doing? GBT, some volume coming in. Next high looking left. I mean, in theory, it's got some room. 26.99 is, sorry, 32.49 is the next high looking left. So in theory, it's got some room. It's coming out of a bit of consolidation. I just don't feel like taking it. I mean, it's good volume, great, great consolidation break. They actually had some news at 11, well, earlier today. Positive European news receives. I see starting at 10:33, maybe 10:33. What happened at 10:33? Anything? Yeah. So there's the 10:15, 10:30. So maybe the news was hitting right here. Positive European Medicines Agency Committee for Medicinal Products for Human Use opinion. So obviously it gave a good opinion. Yeah, when you're willing to give somebody, a company, some money, and it takes them a week or longer to get back to you, it's not usually a good sign. Let's take a look at CPNG. That was actually on that list a long time ago, right at 10:08. AUR. Okay, so what are you doing? Little pop here. Next high looking left is that's about $1 away for AUR. So it's also FDA approval. So it's not just this opinion in the European Medical Journal. I am muted. Thank you, Pepe. I am muted. So I did say now's a good time for questions, guys. I am probably not going to do anything trading wise for the balance unless something really strange happens. So good time for questions. But I was just pointing, I mean, look at UEPS. I mean, big pop, lots of excitement, and then snoozing. Now, out of nowhere, out of absolutely nowhere, this could get some volume and start to move it again. That's why I've got an alert set up here at around 510, just in case it does get some excitement back into it on some volume. Because it did hit 550 earlier. All right, well, don't look now, but Robinhood, Hood, may be forming a red bar ignored. Take a look at it on the 15-minute chart. Let's bring up a big chart so we can really take a look at it. All right, and that is a true red bar ignored, okay? Here's your beautiful uptrend. You've got a red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green. At one point, the price was above the high of that red candle, which is 1903. It's at 1904 right now. So maybe, just maybe, this will get it running again. And, you know, to look over here, I mean, it's got some room, maybe to the 1950 to 60 mark. If you look up in this area. So that might give a bit of a trade for Robinhood, Hood. Yeah, I don't track it anymore, Apex Traders. I was asked, do I track all my trades and win-loss ratios and all that sort of stuff? No, my losses are so small usually. Okay, because I really manage it tightly. Keep an eye on this one, guys. I mean, if the volume picks up, just needs some volume. This could have a little run to this area. Remember the last time we saw a red bar ignored? It doesn't absolutely mean they're all going to do the same thing, but this was it here. You know, this was an example of one. Uptrend, pause, boom. Not saying it's going to happen with Hood, but that's what you kind of look at. And the nice thing, it's not too bad. If you take something like this, then you just put your stop at the low of the candle. So you know you've got about a 15, 16 cent stop. You know, if you take this. I'm just waiting for just one more little move on this and probably be in this one and with a pretty tight stop. And that's the Robin Hood. It'd be nice to see some volume come in too. Time is at 150, so this has another 9 minutes to close. This one right here, this volume bar right here. I'm just going to stare at it. Let's see if it takes it out. Put an alert at 1911. And this would be more or less kind of a scalpy type trade because I don't expect it to really get past 1950. All right, well, I'm just going to, instead of having to stare at it, if I get an alert, I'll know about it. So I'm set in my price alerts. Probably a good time to nag at you guys a little bit about the use of the price alerts window again, because I'm going to get rid of all these ones that triggered earlier. So, this is what I've done with the hood, right? So I've got, if you notice right down here, there is the price alert for a hood at 1911. It's telling me it's 8 cents away. So this is a kind of a cool column you can also use to sort. You can see how far away are the price alerts that you have set. So for instance, ISPC, I probably shouldn't care about this one anymore, right? Current price is 11.35. I had a price alert at 29. I should get rid of this. Good exercise every weekend at least. Spend some time on your price alerts. I know we have a max. You can have a 500. To me, that's, 50 is enough. But anyway, go through them all and delete the ones you don't need anymore. But sorting on the triggered time. So there is, sorry, let me just. Okay, guys, see how that worked? SPRB. See how that worked? Get the alert. Okay, and some volume came in. So that means you didn't have to stare at it. You just let. What would have happened is, and there it goes, guys. What happens is that you minimize the window. What you didn't see was this window would have popped up on my screen. I already had it up, so that's why we saw this one. But had I had this minimized, as in 330, let's do that. Save it, minimize it, see if it takes out 330. See? Okay, now there's Reels. Real said he was interested in maybe shorting this one. CPNG underneath 29. So you had the alert. Here it is. I don't know if he's going to do it, but so you just pop right back up. We see how that worked. You just minimize your price alerts window. And the price alerts from here, from our toolbar, click on New Price Alerts window. If you're not using them, you should be. It's so simple to do. BEKE making another little move off the whole number. BEKE making another move off the whole number. I mean, it's still got a ton of room. I mean, this one's got a ton of room. 2147. So, but what, $1.30 or so? $1.32 to the next high looking left. There's SPRB. There we go. See, now it's you just sort on the trigger time, so you'll see it right at the top. See how it popped up? Can't miss it. I mean, this has got to be one of the more attractive ones because there it goes, guys. I mean, because it's taken this out and you look left, 431. More importantly, for whatever reason, Oppenheimer has decided to put a $15 price target on it. So why would you take it? Why would you take it now, Poe? You know, as Real would say, why would you take it while it's still in consolidation? I mean, you know, it might work. I didn't do anything to make it black. Nothing. Just the way it is. Must be because it was the last. I didn't do anything. Let me see if it triggers again. Are you, like, when you say black, you're not talking about the black background like this. Ah, okay. Oh, got it. Okay. So there we go again. There's your price alert again for SPRB. This could go on a late day run, guys. I mean, it just, you know, it's 323, and 324 today. That was the high until now. It's getting a little momentum behind it. Look at the volume that came in on the 15-minute chart. And this is the first one from the momentum. My momentum. This is just from the momentum channel, guys. Okay, I just extracted that one alert window from the momentum channel in our channel bar, and you can see SPPR. Until then, you know, there hadn't been an alert since. Well, there's one at 12:18, one at 1:20. All right, guys, we got a little mini winner on our hands here. A mini winner. No, you have to click on the symbol, Night Fox. So I can't open a chart immediately. No. I was just looking to see if there's a send to, but there's no. There is no send to immediately. I mean, it's just like these alerts you get here. You can't automatically get it sent to a chart without clicking on the symbol. So the answer is no. Yeah, but that's, you know, what Real said about resistance and all that. That's not going to change Poe nor William. All right, guys, we definitely have a winner here. All right, a little bit of excitement. See, put the odds in your favor. You've got a big gap potentially to fill. Yet you've got some news about it. You know, it's just sort of, it all kind of came together. You could go check, 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 right? Volume, of course, extraordinary. Now, how you manage the trade will be up to you. I'm not saying it's going to get all the way up to 440, nor is it going to hit the Oppenheimer $15 price target ever. Hey, we have a halt here for PBR because of news. I think Goldman had an upgrade for them yesterday. PBR has a news halt. All right, so I see the market actually has stepped out of this area now. That was about an hour and a half. Had a pop, little stop, another pop, little pause. So we're starting to again recover. The tech stocks have had a major rebound today, intraday. Now, you mentioned NFL. Are there some NFL games that are actually postponed? I know the NHL has been postponing some games. I didn't know the NFL had postponed any games yet. Unbelievable. Getting back into this nonsense again. Jeez. Okay, guys, there we go. I mean, SPRB. This is a bona fide winner. Okay, bona fide winner. Yeah, I'm just looking at news right now. I don't see any games that have been postponed yet in the NFL. Not yet, anyway. Go! Look at this, guys. I mean, man, it's just patience, patience. But look at this. I mean, it's a tremendous percentage move. If you took this one, where I was talking about that 323 area. Why? Because it had the high here, and today that was basically the high. It took out that 323, and from 323 to 355. Even if you didn't get it right at 323, if you got it at say even 327, 328, even 330, I mean, this is a nice little percentage move. Now I'm not jetting anywhere anytime soon. Now, Jason. Yeah, that's what Perfect Circle was talking about. Okay, there's Hood now. Now that was a bit of a delayed reaction, Hood. Okay, so there was the where was it? There was the red bar ignored. It actually pulled back a little bit. So in theory, it's not a classic red bar ignored situation because that green candle after the red bar. That should have been it. But let's see now. ADGI doesn't look good now, guys. I know Shady mentioned that one earlier. Doesn't look too good now. Let's see, the low is 1162. And look, I mean, this is just the reverse, isn't it? I mean, there's the next low looking left is 563. Oh, you're more than welcome. Yeah, we got a great crew here. And you're right, trading is not easy. It is not easy. Just one moment, please. Yeah, I honestly don't know what happened to Becca. Meanwhile, wow, look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume, guys. This is one of those classic ones, where you have these big excitement early on, and then it just rested for, quite a while, a couple of hours. Remember I was saying that this used to happen quite a bit with these ones that the basic new highs and lows that I used to have. And you see something that really was exciting. Look at it now. I mean, this is just life of its own now, guys. Manage the trade. Why can this happen? Look at the float, 7 million in the float. MPPI. You might have to. Haven't had that question for a while. Yeah, I've been using the 10-day, not so much on the breakout side. I mean, even though we've had two great ones today, but on the daily breakdowns, it's been really, really excellent. Not today, well, Hood for a while before it, ramped up. But yeah, the 10-day daily breakdowns, we've been, at least I have been really focusing on that for the last, it seems like a month now. Not so much on the breakouts, even though these two obviously were sensational. I mean, GNFT 467, and it got up to what, 578. Just didn't see the same sort of lift as I saw the drops on these 10-day daily breakdowns, especially when they were at an all-time low. That's the other caveat. When they were at an all-time low, it was amazing how, for instance, ADGI showed up on that one 2 days in a row on that day, and then so this is yesterday, of course. So the day before and the day before, it showed up and was an all-day short both days because it was an all-time low, and it just kept absolutely. But again, and Hood, I had high hopes. Well, Hood was an all-time low too. It's just that it didn't work. But Hood was an all-time low when we saw this. But then Kathy Woods has to stick her nose into it and say, well, I bought 320,000 shares. Or Kathy Wood. Well, that's what I'm banking on, that they're going to continue to move lower. I mean, I'm shorting them. This was yesterday's news, though. 6.6 million shares, or $6.6 million. Oh man, guys, this is turning into. Glad I waited around. Turned a snoozer of a Friday afternoon into a little more exciting excitement. Yeah, don't do it, Dwayne. Don't do it. Actually, pizza sounds like a great idea. It sounds like a great idea. Wow, wow, wow. Well, I was kind of joking, thinking it, wouldn't get up to 430, but I mean, there it is. There's your next high looking left. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but man, there. I mean, there it is, 430, and then after that, lots of resistance. But price alerts, guys, price alerts. The only other one I'm kind of interested in is the hood. No longer it holds over 19, but I don't see this would be way more of a scalp type trade because I just think there's probably too much resistance around that 1950 mark. So I see PBR is still halted for news. Absolutely nothing happening with the AI today. 3 trades or 3 alerts, and that's it. Again, guys, manage the trade, the SPRB. Okay, I'll look at it. This one seems to do something every single day, but never holds. PTPI, well, some volume coming in. I will say this, volume coming in. This is a ugly, ugly daily chart. Really ugly. But Some volume is coming in. The high yesterday was 345, so I guess it's got some room. The high today was what, 328, but it's just ugly. To me, I'm sorry, it's just ugly. If you're in it, I apologize. But wow, look at this, another new high now. Now I would say 4. I mean, I'll be amazed if it gets through 4. Amazing. No bounce plays, Zach, since 10:25. And I'm just looking at some of my some of the topping, and really not that much movement. I mean, some have moved, but not much movement. But who cares? Let's get SPRB closer and closer to 4 if we can. I don't mean by buying it. That's not what I mean. I'm just sort of. I'll be amazed if it gets through 4. Well, let's see if Dwayne really did step away from his computer. All right, so listen, somebody sent me an email and it said, how did I know it was going to do this? I didn't know. Okay? I did not know that CPRB would do this. All I said was we had some highs on the daily chart at 323. This is back on the 18th. And 323 the day before, November. We had hit a high at 324 today, in this area here. I just said, hey, if it takes this area out, it could get going. That's all I said. I didn't know it was going to. I wasn't predicting it would. It could have just as easily taken out that 324, gone up to 330, and then just come right back, I suppose. But all I was really saying is keep an eye on it for that break. And if it breaks on volume, it could keep going. So, did I know it was going to do that? Of course not. I'd love to say yes, but a secret that I'm not sharing with you guys that I knew it was going to do that. Of course not. Well, I see GME is starting to fall down, so AMC is probably following suit, maybe a little bit. See, these are all me. So guys, just in case, if you're new and you see the DR, that just means don't repeat. Okay, so there's a DR. So what that tells me is that the first alert we had for SPRB was at 12.18 and the price was 3.23. So you can kind of go back that. So that's why it's interesting to have something like this, because then you can click on it, of course, and say, well, what did it do from, I mean, in this particular case, we know, but you know, the GNFT, you say, okay, I had an alert at 9.54. The price was 4.67. What did it do afterwards? Well, you can see that it, you know, at one point it got all the way up to 5.70. You too, perfect. Yeah, Chris will be back in the room, I guess, at 3:30. Lending Club. Is that Lending Club? LC? Lending Club, yeah. So you're not concerned about the 200-day moving average? I see the 200-day is at, right at 23.99, 24. Steelcase is actually an earnings play, SCS. Not interested. I'm just pointing it out. I mean, just showing you this is an earnings play. It's been really didn't not much. You would think that this is the type of company that's just getting hit really hard. Let me back this out on a monthly chart. We had it up to, well, there's the pandemic right here, right there, and big drop. A little bit of a rally, maybe people going back to work, maybe offices buying office equipment, but not really. All right, let's take a look at X4. I mean, you never know. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was hoping it was more at that 3 level. Yeah, be careful. Again, manage the trade, SPRB. Whew. Okay, guys, it is 2:31. So again, I will keep the room open till 3:30. I'll mute myself at 3 unless I get some questions. I'll pop in, but I'll mute myself at 3. And Chris will take over in the YouTube room at 3:30. So I'll keep their YouTube room open also until 3:30, and Chris takes over there. Oh, we got some white stuff coming down. Doesn't snow that often in Vancouver. Not shortable for us, real, as you know. My Montreal days are way behind me. Okay, before I do wrap up my on the mic stint, yeah, hard to know who's a newer trader. I mean, I was saying this to the guys yesterday. You might have 3, 4, 500 people in a room, and you only have about 20 or 30 max who's usually posting, and so the rest of them are watching. So it's hard to know who is actually is a new trader. Well, that's why I keep, I try to point it out as best I can when I say the next high looking left is over here, 428. I'm not saying it's going to get there. We're just trying to take chart resistance out of the equation. That's all we're trying to do. All right, so there's my homepage. You click on my homepage link, and of course we have the, oops. There we go. Okay, I can see you. Fine. All right, so here is the promo code, Jolly25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And 4 plans, annual, monthly. This will be a little over I think $4.60 a day. A little over $2 a day for standard premium if you take out an annual and apply that 25% discount, but you don't have to take out an annual subscription, especially to start. You don't know the product, don't do it. Take out a monthly, $118, $228. You can get the 25% off the first month only. So if you maintain a subscription, a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward, but you can always upgrade if you do it within 30 days, and we'll honor the 25%. So the best thing to do is to try it out first before you commit to an annual subscription. And again, the 3 free sections. The Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern, and all the education right here. We have a very comprehensive user guide now, broken down into sections, and also a full table of contents that is searchable. Okay? But if you're starting out, I wouldn't look at that. First, what I would do is look at the 20 introductory lessons. What is a top list? Build a top list. What's an alert window? Create an alert window. All the way down to Brokerage Plus and the AI, etc. Price alerts, as I've been talking about. All the basic features are explained here. I would only look at the user guide if you really want to dive into something and wondering, this is not explaining. Maybe I'll go to the user guide and I can find out a more detailed explanation. Daily support. So between 12 and 1, when I take my breaks, another trader takes over on YouTube. Also, Chris is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. He'll be there today. So you can head over there. I'm not shutting the room down now, so I'll keep the room open at 3:30. What happens is Chris will just come in, let me know he's there, then I stop my stream and he takes over. And no webinars next week. I'm sure we're probably no webinars until January. And back to basics. What is a stock? Okay, guys, all free. You're new to trading, check this out, or looking for a refresher, check this out. All free. And last, my scans, all the scans that I'm sharing. All right. Of course, we've had these two. This one has been excellent today, the daily breakout. I usually focus on the breakdown, but there they are. These are the four that I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the four I use in the pre-market. Okay, but I've got different scans here, different types of trading styles for you to take a look at. So, all sorts of information on these two sections. Save my link, then you can look at them anytime you want. And that's it for me and this promoting trade ideas for this week. Almost for the year, yes. It'll be in February. I'm pretty sure it's going to be February 14th. That's a Monday. Valentine's Day, that's when it's going to start. And if you want to sign up for it or be alerted to exactly when it's going to happen, where is it? You can look at this link, okay? And when you click on it, basically, your name and email, and then when it's ready to start, we'll send you an email saying, okay, here are the details. Here's where it starts. Here's what you have to do. Okay? So then you don't have to worry about missing it or anything like that. I think AMC is popping a bit. I'm just looking at GME and it is, yeah, so nothing really to do there in my opinion. Okay, PBR came out of its halt. Don't know what the news was. Nothing, no reaction. Excuse me. Forge, wasn't that one of those ones that was making all-time lows? Yeah, it was down here. Yeah, this was down here. All right, little move up for FUTU. It's been kind of dormant for a while, but a little move up for FUTU and a little move up for Hood. SPRB is still hanging tough, you know. It is still hanging tough. It did have that little pullback here, but it's still hanging tough. Bit of a, we've got a topping tail on that 15-minute candle. We've got a bottoming tail here. So a little bit of uncertainty. Boy, that GME has that look, guys. It's just going to take out that high and maybe get into the 60s. Okay, guys, we just have a halt now. Okay, BYFC just got halted. BYFC just halted. So something. Okay, now this is one of those. What are the other ones doing? Man, I can't remember them anymore. Those other ones that used to go along with this BYFC through the 200-day moving average. It just got halted on. It's a volatility halt. It is not a news halt. Well, let's see where this one could open. So we got the halt. Just a minute. We got the halt. So, well, this is not auguring that well. I mean, 302 is the halt, 310, 310. If this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will come at 250 plus 33 seconds. Well, Zach, I was cheering you on for your 85 area for Riven. Just doesn't look like it's going to happen today anyway. Actually, it looks like it's trying to get back over 100. Okay, good. All right, guys, we are not over. SPRB is not over yet. Now, I keep saying I'll be stunned if it takes out 4, but I don't know. And who knows? Maybe. I mean, this 430. All right, well, what the heck? Tell you, if it breaks 4 with volume, I mean, look at the volume. Well, I mean, guys, we may laugh about these analysts who put these price targets on it, but this is, as far as I can see, this is the only reason for this to be moving like this. I cannot see any other news on it. So we can laugh all we want. We just try to take advantage of it for a while anyway. So you had no idea that Oppenheimer had put this $15 price mark or price target on it? Really? Blissfully unaware. Okay. Oh, I see why you even we're talking about Forge showing up on your topping. I mean, listen. I mean, I'm amazed it got through four briefly. Then that you're right. That 440 area. I mean, that is the next big daily candle. It's funny. Real is giving his analysis of the X4, and I looked at it and go, I didn't even. This is not my sort of play for sure. What would have had to have happened is that this pop here, and maybe a bit of a rest, and then tons of volume coming in to push it higher. All right, guys, let's say we're getting closer to the end. So what I'm going to do, I may even just do it now. I mean, I'm just going to keep an eye on that SPRB to see if it really wants to take out 4 later on. $10-minute. Oh, it just opened. It just opened. 333 just opened. What were the other ones that followed with this one? I wonder what happened here. Nothing, can't see any specific news on it, but somebody wanted this one. I mean, 500,000 shares. YouTube tan. Somebody wanted this one. I mean, virtually all the trading is right here for the day. Carve, thank you. So are they moving? Yes, so Carve and U1 doing the same thing. Now U1 usually is a bit of more of the crazy one. I see the news now. Yes. Now this is. So this is along with Carve and U1. Wow, crack. Look at this one. ENSC just cracking down here. 321 down to 283 on this candle. Look at the volume coming in. Big selling pressure on this ENSC. Just a little bit above its all-time low. Yeah, it hit the scan, and I'm just looking, to see if there's going to be an offering. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put the announcement in now. Okay, guys, so you can see the message. I'll keep the room open until 3:30. I'll be on mute, so you can chat away amongst yourselves. If there's something, if you have a question, I will still be around. Otherwise, I'll just put myself on mute. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you Monday morning at 8 o'clock Eastern Time.
looks like we had a successful transfer for the moment. So sorry, start a moment here later than I intended to. Just playing with this camera still, trying to figure out, do I like it? Do I not like it? So, Sean and Michael, they put a face to the name, and following suit for the moment anyways. Also, Barry and I have changed up a little bit how we do this, where he's leaving the room open, and so I've switched softwares again for the streaming. So another learning curve as we make some adjustments here to keep the room open and flowing. Anyway, so this is Chris Varley here, Trade Ideas Late Day Live Q&A. Any and all questions pertaining to the software or some general trading questions are all fair game. I leave this as an open forum, meaning that I don't have any pre-done content, so you guys are the content drivers. Whatever questions you're asking or things that interest you, so, and if nothing else, a happy Friday to everybody. I think a lot of people are glad to put this week behind them in the trading world. Been a tough couple of weeks here. Just looking at some charts. IWM. Range bound for all this time. Oops. Try that again. Range bound for all this time in here with the IWM. We looked like we made a break, and not just a break, but looked like it made, this nice horseshoe up pattern here into that break, and thought, with some gusto on, I thought to myself, maybe we'll come back down and test this before doing that. Wasn't the case at all. We tested that in a free fall right back towards the lows of this range here. All right, and we thought we'd recover, and then the same thing, just coming right back down again, like we want to test this one hard time more. So we'll see what happens. Small caps, just a lost year for them, that's for sure. Nothing you see in a quote unquote raging bull market. So for those that continue to pound the table how overdone everything is, it's not overdone in the IWM. SPY. Let's pull that up here. I'm not sure if this sorry, kind of playing with this here on the camera. It looks real tiny and not sure what's going on there. Alright, well, can't seem to do exactly what I want to do with it. Seemed like it was working better yesterday. I don't know, some setting changed. I'm not sure what. Sorry. All right, back to the real stuff here. SPY, real nice trend for all this time. That kind of trend is intact. Not that I'm really a trend line person, but for whatever that's worth, today being quad witching for settlement of options and whatnot. And the last one was, I think, back here. And nothing big happened there. And not much today. You had quad witching and Fed, and all the Fed heads are out there and doing whatever they do. So the SPY, the same thing. We had this kind of range here we poked in and out of for a while, and then we poked back out of it, and we moved back down into it, and now we're at the kind of the top of that again. And looks like I, for whatever reason, lost the stream. Just something keeps kicking everybody from this. Sorry, everybody. Not sure why it does that. All right. So let's see. After I updated news beta version with symbol linking on Lightspeed, my alerts and top list start to cycle like surfing. When I select one, had to go back to. All right. There was some stuff that was done on the symbol linking, the external linking. So I would suggest this to mess around with it. If you go to Tools and External Linking and go to Edit Link, and then just check out, see if cut beginning off or use alternate method. And then the drop down here, I don't know if light speed is one of the ones that we have. You might try some of these different rules here, all right? And see if any of these work well for you in that. And so that would be my suggestion for the moment. Aside from that, send us an email, because then whoever is more in charge of that will get it. I mean, I can also forward it there, but they see the same emails as I do. Send it to, the info here. If none of that works. If none of those things that I just shared with you can help with that, describe what you have going on and send us an email, and probably your support files too. In that email, just say, hey, I sent my support files. Go to do that. Go help, and send files to support, and that'll help the dev team look at what might be going on in there. So, all right, with that all said, so, the SPY, while we're sitting, cozied up to all-time highs, it's, not like we've ripped up to them, over the last while. We've been tried all the selections, but I'm okay with previous version. All right, let us know otherwise, because, as I mentioned to someone in the earlier noon support session, it's fine if you want to stay back a version or two for now, but there's two reasons we update. One is we add things to the software, and so you'll be without those additions to the software by not updating. And two, Microsoft makes changes, and there's nothing we can do about that. And it's not like Microsoft calls up every company and says, hey, we're making a bunch of changes just so you guys are aware and can make your adjustments. So an example of what happened is in the spring, they had made a change with C++, and next thing we know, a bunch of new users with newer computers could not download and run trade ideas. And so we had to go in and figure out why they couldn't and make adjustments on the software and put out a new version for those people. So, while that'll work for now, just keep that in mind for the future moving forward. So anyways, here we are, another couple of months in a range. Maybe we call it a higher range. Who knows what happens from here, but again, it's not like we've ripped up to any of this again. I mean, that was a nice move that was up to there, and then we handed it right back essentially. So we shall see as far as SPY goes, Qs. And I'm just kind of running through some market stuff right now because there's no real software questions coming in. So if people have software questions, please interrupt me and ask at any point. So again, for the Qs, same thing. We had this nice move that was up, and now we've just been kind of slopping and chopping around here. Same thing. So, where I originally started with this thought was it's the weekend, or we're getting ready for the weekend here in the next few minutes, and I think a lot of people are ready for it. It's been a tough grind for most traders that I know. I'm sure there's traders out there that have been murdering it, and good for them. And their plan, their risk management, it was spot on for all this. And there's other people that, for myself, I can say I've exited trades earlier than I care to. I've taken smaller share sizes. I've just kind of sat on my hands more. I don't think I really took a trade last week. It just wasn't anything interesting me. There was stuff that I was looking at that ended up making nice moves, but the setup wasn't all the way there for me, and my conviction into that trade wasn't there. So anyways, that's that. So those are those three bellwethers: IWM, SPY, and the Qs. The diamonds, which is your Dow. And same thing here, We got this range for a long time. Again, pivot lines being approximations, not exacts, but I think it's fair to say that a range began here and it ran all the way to here. We popped out of it for a second, popped right back in to test the low of that range, and now we're floating around this line again. Where we head, I don't know. I'd say something noteworthy is maybe this looks a little nicer than the Qs and the SPYs overall for the up and the pullback and out. And it leads me to a thought that I stole from Michael this morning on his Trader TV uh, segment, and it being those larger cap stocks, the more boring names that are the ones that are performing a little better right now than anything else that we're looking at. Those high beta stocks are underperforming versus those low beta stocks, and that's just all there is to it. He'd put up two great charts comparing Berkshire B, BRKB, to Kathy Wood's ARK, ARKK, and it just showed the difference. Berkshire was moving up now, breaking out of resistance, and ARK was moving down, breaking support. And it's just kind of the theme that it's been. And a lot of traders, myself included, were looking at smaller stuff. We're looking at a lot of the smaller cap, higher beta names, and so those just haven't had the same follow through as they used to. So, anyways, that's kind of a thought there, going over the big indexes here in that sense. RSP is going to be your equally weighted 500, your S&P 500. A different tale again than what we saw. We made a nice move up, a reasonable pullback, and we're sitting, almost right on all-time highs again here, and I'd say a bit less choppy anyways than that has been as the tech-heavy S&P 500 has been, or excuse me, the tech-heavy SPY has been. And then, the MDY, your mid-caps, equally weighted. And, this doesn't look as nice as the RSP does. And so, your mid-caps, again, they just, not what you see in a massive bull market. Look, we established a range right here back in March. That range ran all the way till basically November. We popped out of it, popped right back down in it, tried to get out, and we're right back in it. So, a completely lost year on mid-caps. All right, we made a move from here at the beginning of the year, 3-month move right there, and that's it. We're not really sitting much higher off that big move after all these months. So what does that mean? It means we're in a range. So, all right, question panel is still extra quiet. I guess, I won't take any offense to that. I'll attribute that to as the holidays continue to roll on and through, holiday parties, all that stuff like that. People are elsewhere. So, some of the names that I was looking at today, they had nice days, but I just, there's no trigger to pull. I took a quick, fast move, and it wasn't so much a fast move in the stock, but I took a fast trade here in HIMX today. Kind of uncharacteristic for me, but, I got in somewhere off this alert line here, and I sold out, somewhere here quickly. Made a move without me and then pulled back. So hindsight being 2020, I mean, I caught a nice part of the move. There's the beginning of the day, there's the low of the day, there's the high of the day. I got this little piece in the middle, which I was happy with. I just wasn't ready to take any risk into the weekend. Number one, number two, I see this here, and thought to myself, I really want to take that home. No. Nice horseshoe up that's there, and then steal something else from Michael that I always forget about this one. You want to buy smiley faces. And, this is a smiley face right there, but a lot of resistance to get through, so no conviction from me on that. But some other names that I was looking at, BCRX. This one's been on a downtrend for a while now, off the peak here, just kind of grinding slower and down, and it just kind of had that feel to me, and I almost took it yesterday at the close. I was gonna take it around 12 at the close yesterday and stick a stop down here at around 11. Looking at this area here as possible, try to get to, and it did what I thought it would, and I didn't take the trade. I didn't have the conviction. That's what I was talking about today, and I let it go by me. So, hindsight trading, left one out there. Just kind of the way it goes sometimes. So, there's plays out there. Finding them is not always right there in front of us. Work has to be done, and have to be paying attention to what you're looking at. And that's why I like, my like list. It's a narrow set of stocks that I like to look at. I don't want to look at the whole market all day long. I like to look at the market when the market's closed. Set up the battle plan for the coming days. Let's take a look. I'm gonna go with the edited version that I created yesterday, or that I did yesterday. And the real big difference between the two of them now is that this is not looking for things closing near the high of the day. So, good amount that's going to come through here. But let's take a look through it and scroll through some charts. All right, Amos. I mean, I'll go through kind of. I don't share how I'm going to share size and how much I'm risking per trade. I think people have to determine that for themselves based on their account size, and being realistic. But I can give you some ideas of, I don't look at the same stop for every trade. It varies chart to chart what I use, but I use more or less the same couple of different things. So we'll go through some charts here and see if we can find anything. So obviously SPRB is nothing that I'm interested in. On a long-term basis. I mean, intraday chart, actually, I really like, I like this kind of stuff when this happens here and you get this kind of move and a move within the move, but that's not my real style of trading intraday like that. But anyways, let's go through a few of these here. No. I want to like this. Why do I want to like it? This is why. Anytime I see this happen, I want to like that. Then this move back down here, not so sure about, but throw a line here. Man, I'm gonna have to buy a new computer. Sorry, I'm gonna shut down some programs here that I'm running, and hopefully this will speed things up for me a little bit. Not sure that that's really going to help. All right. So back to what I'm thinking here. This is obviously a pretty significant level. It's a magnet for price action. All right, we've got this nice move here. We got a nice move up. All right, we pull back down. Now we banged on the support. We banged on that support. What was prior resistance now looks like it's pretty solid support. Problem is now, where do I find my R? My R is my risk reward, all right? And so I guess I can call it here, but we're sitting at 1619, and we've got this now pretty established support above, or pretty established resistance above it. So do I really want to go in at this price level here and have a stop down here around 13 bucks when, I'm running into resistance around 1750? That doesn't make any sense. I'm risking, $3 basically to make a dollar and change. That's not exactly a high reward setup as I would consider it. So that's my issue with this. I do like, there's things that I like here now. What I will do is, so this is all part of how my trading plan works, is what if we can establish a base up here now, all right? And we establish some new kind of support resistance, maybe in this kind of box area right here. And that gives me a better risk for a stop in that area. It's not established. I'm hoping it might. All right, and so now what I do is I press the My Like button. That's going to populate onto the symbol after it updates from the server. And now maybe that's something a little bit more conducive to what I'm trying to do. Barry's talking about SPBR. Or SPRB. I'm going to share that with him. Yeah, nothing like a 15 price target to get it moving, as he just said by Oppenheimer. That'll help it. All right, so back to what we're doing here. Um, and so now all of a sudden, if we can get some nice sideways action here, all right, and all of a sudden maybe this 15 area becomes more of a, and not 15 on the dot, but this kind of box somewhere in here becomes more of a new support level. Well, now I can think about I'm risking a dollar 25 for that all of a sudden that dollar 50, and that's a much nicer R, 1 to 1 versus 1 to 3, 1 reward to 3 risk. That just doesn't make sense to me. And I don't have hard targets, but I just look at areas where it looks like likely likely resistance that's going to come up, and where I might shed some shares if it meets that resistance and can't push through it in with some volume that I think is proper. Hopefully I'm making some sense in what I'm discussing here. So this is, more or less my trading strategy. Now, how I share size and what I'm risking, I share size based on what I'm willing to risk dollar-wise every time. And that's kind of how it goes. Now, but like I said, what my stop is will not always be the same. Anyway, so I put that on my liked. Maybe this does nothing. It falls right through, and I never have anything actionable about it afterwards. But as I do my pre and post market work daily, I go through all my like symbols. I set some price alerts according to what's interesting to me. Things like that. I really narrow it down. So, anyways, let's keep going through here. This one's interesting. Although I have kind of a rule about Israeli stocks. I always get head faked by them. I don't know what it is about Israeli stocks that get me. Israeli stocks and Chinese stocks. I do well with stocks from Taiwan. I do well with stocks from Luxembourg, actually, believe it or not. I struggle with stocks out of France. It just always seems to be a thing for me. So how do I know it's Israeli? There's the flag. I usually tend to get a lot of days like this that happen to me and then just kind of fall afterwards, and so my swing idea behind it never worked. Kind of interesting to me. You've got this real long-term area to get out of here. You've got this resistance that's up above it that it's running into right now. It's doing 5 times its normal volume, but that's only 900,000 shares traded today, so it's like, Yes, it's relative to what it's normally done, certainly significant. What I like is this kind of swoop down here and up, but I don't think that's going to have it for me. Someone else might see that and think it's interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if that was on Barry's watch list next week, but just not going to do it for me. And again, if anybody has any other questions, feel free to interrupt. I mean, the numbers went from when I started the stream to saying it said there was 25 here, now there's 9. So obviously there are people that do not find what I'm doing informative or helpful. So if you guys have questions or anything else you want to touch on, let me know. I'll just kind of continue plugging along here. And so this is a little bit tough for me to do too, because I normally don't do this during market hours. So this list keeps updating as we're going right now because we're still in market hours. That's why I like when markets close to go through this. No. Maybe. I'm going to like it. But not enough data there for me, to be honest. Just you're going back here only a couple of months, so why do I like it though? Lifetime high, always like those. Plenty of liquidity, always like that. It's a big float, but it's got a nice price range for a big float. I mean, touched 9 yesterday, touched somewhere in the 11s today, so it's a nice trading range for sure. So we know the stock can move regardless of that float. And I'm kind of looking at this here, so if we kind of move sideways for a few days and pushed up, that's what I would like. Again, I like to see stuff that's made a move and then kind of makes a new base camp and then tries to make a move based on volume again. We can see here, heavy volume this day, and the volume kind of faded over these days, and now it's picked back up again today. So is it building? Is it getting ready for something? Maybe. So I threw it on the like list. Nope. This is one I've had on and off my liked list. So it's here. I'm gonna like it again. Again, same stuff here. Got this. Got this long swathing base, but the problem is this line is a magnet for price action and in the wrong direction as far as I'm concerned. But, we banged, couldn't get through it. Banged, couldn't get through it. We're gonna hit it again. Um, yeah, no, this gets me a head start. Well, I got the whole weekend to do this, so I've exactly big plans on the weekend. Um, but again, so we've got this swathing kind of base here. All right, it's a nice liquid stock. It trades well. We got that inside that, and then we get this inside that. So it's like building on building on building, and I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought here. So we're at 2.3 mil shares traded on the day here. It's a tear over two on its normal volume. So maybe that something's peeking up under the hood. Some serious volume coming into the close today. I mean, nothing like what we've seen recently. That's the closest to it, and that was on Fed Day. So that's again kind of an anomaly. I pay attention to it more recently on the 15-minute charts just because I'm finding things reversing on me more than they were for the last, I don't know, let's say from last November till this past March. Things just had a lot more follow through, or if they pause, it was more of a pause and then go again, where I'm finding a lot of pause and fade on me. And so I've been using the 15-minute chart between the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA kind of as a momentum guide of whether or not I want to hold on or I want to peel out of some shares more than I normally would, or more than I had been for a period of time. Also, I disclaimer, I'm a new trader still, technically. I mean, I've only been trading for a little over 4.5 years. I've only had success for a little over 2 years. I've been using trade ideas for a little over 4.5 years also. So, and I've gone back and forth between I was day trading and I didn't, swing at all my first year plus of trading. And then I started holding on occasion things overnight, and I've really just kind of moved over to holding a lot of stuff overnight. Hymex was an example of today. I just didn't have the conviction in it. I'd made some lunch money and just decided I didn't want to take any risk going into the weekend. So that was an example of that. And hindsight being 2020, yes, it ran up a few more cents or 30 more cents from my exit, but it also gave it all right back afterwards. So I feel justified in what I did with that today. Yeah, see, I don't have any options knowledge. I know they exist. That's the best I've got. I mean, I'd like to learn it like anything else, but one thing at a time. As I become more and more consistent, rinse and repeat with what I do with stocks, I would like to look into options and how to use those and leverage options into what I do. I don't see any reason to stop learning anything ever, especially in the field that we're in. Um, so, anyways, yeah. So I like GRTS. It starts to maybe equal a nice risk reward setup to me now. Again, um, let's zoom in on the chart here and why my mind changes quickly on things like this. So we get this run up here and we pull back, and now we pulled up here, and maybe we're establishing more of a base down here versus a base down here or here for this risk reward. And then I can kind of see my eye kind of going to some price action in this area. So, let's say Monday, Tuesday, we stick around in this area, and all of a sudden now I've got a $12 look and a stop. And I'm going to look at this line here, and if we can poke through that, you know, starts to set up a nice risk reward, because that line, after that line, we've got some room to run. After that line, we're looking at, so that line's what, around 14 and change. So then we're looking at, almost around 16, and then we really could run afterwards. Obviously, it's done it. Does it mean it's going to do it again? I have no idea. The thing could be at zero by the end of next week for all I know. But I like the R that's setting up in here. So that's again my thoughts for whatever those are worth. TRHC. This is on my like list already, I feel like. Nope. Must be close to another symbol that I've been looking at recently. Yeah. Right. See, so like terms like that, like theta, I don't really. It's foreign language to me. I completely taught myself everything. So learning what EMAs and SMAs and RSI is, and you know, even the most basic stuff, learning what a gap was, change from close, position and range. I had to learn all of that stuff from absolutely nothing. So baby steps. This one's interesting. Got this gap here. I like that, obviously. We've established possibly a base. Um, talk about buying smiley faces. Thank you, Michael Noss. So you got a long ways to run above this. You don't have a real far way to go. I don't want to use a $10, a $6 stop though, based on that. Okay, all right, time decay. Interesting. That's a pretty easy way to explain things then. But looking at this here, you've got this kind of line here, much closer to a possible entry on that. So yeah, very liquid stock, 4 mil shares traded today, doing 6 times its normal average. We're gonna put that on the like list. So maybe here's another thing I like to do with the 15-minute charts. Zoom out on those and kind of see where the price action is short term. And so maybe we've got something going on in this level here. Make a box around this level here of price action. You can draw that box a little nicer. So now that's maybe a nicer risk area to the possible reward. I mean, it had just a massive spike right now. I don't know what that's all about, but we'll put it on the liked and we'll see what happens coming into next week. Again, I'm leaning toward just sitting on my hands, period, at this point. So a set. Odd. I'm surprised this isn't on my liked list already. I must have just taken it off. No, I don't put in hard stops ever. Let me rephrase that. Unless I plan to be away from the desk for a very extended amount of time, and the stock started getting a little funny on me, or the market started feeling funny, I don't put a hard stop in. Um, the one area that I've been able to stay pretty disciplined right from the beginning of trading was sticking to my stops. One area that I've struggled with and still don't always do the best on is taking profits when they're there. Um, and start to manage my winners a little better. I manage them obviously better now than I used to, but definitely some room for improvement from there. But I don't. No, I don't put any hard stops in. It's very rare for me to put a hard stop in. Honestly, I can't even think of the last time I did one. Not within the last year, that's for sure. Um, Interesting. We had that gap up, and we're moving again. This line is a price magnet for action all through here. You know, this move down and this move up. Drawing my own kind of de facto moving average here. It's a nice base, smaller float. Just like to see more volume, especially just the way things have gone recently. 800,000 shares traded. It's not light on volume, but it's not what I want to see. But again, that's interesting to me. We've kind of established a nice risk area down here. Not crazy about this line to that line on the reward, but we can look longer term to here and here also. So and if we can get some sideways movement through here, maybe we can consider that risk a little higher to the bodies of candles versus the tails of candles. Just my personal thoughts is all. Take it for whatever you think it's worth. Why don't we throw it on the my liked? Do you use RSI or other indicators, or mainly pattern? I like price and volume mostly. I have RSI on the daily chart here, so I look at that. Doesn't hurt to look at where it's come from, where it's possibly going. but I don't really much use RSI for anything. Whenever I'm messing around and building scans, pretty often I'll throw RSI in there just to see how it affects the scans. And then, it might have been you, but someone recently stop information available for large corps to use to. No, probably Steve does a good amount of talking about that, and that's I've talked about it in the past, and I consider it certainly. Um, it's a 4D chess game, and we get a 2D set of it essentially as retail traders. Our order flow and orders in general in the U.S. anyways are sold to whoever. I won't get into all those things like that. And I didn't work in the field. I don't come from that field, so I don't want to misrepresent how it exactly goes. But essentially, if you have a large group of stops that are put as a basket here, and they're sold from the brokers to whoever buys this information. Institutions can see that stuff, and they can run those stops, knock everybody out, and then take the stock right back up and buy it. It certainly happens. There's predatory algorithms that can do it. Does it happen on every stock? No, absolutely not. Does it happen, though, for sure? Absolutely, yes, it does. To what extent, who's doing it, and all those things like that, I don't know. I try not to get caught up in stuff like that. I'll make my plan, and I'll, trade my plan accordingly. But it's something to consider, and it's something to consider that I know that Steve and Andy specifically, they do something where if they're leaving hard stops and they pull them in the mornings, because that's when you'll find a lot of the stops get run in that first few minutes. I mean, it could happen in the first minute. I guess it could happen in the first 10 minutes even. But it's usually off the open. You'll see moves like that. Those big long tails come down, and then all of a sudden, boom, the stock snaps right back up like that never happened. There's no human being that's doing that. I don't think there is anyways. I mean, I do think about that video of what Jim Cramer said way back when he got caught, that he used to create a certain level of volatility and run some price down in the futures and then bring it right back up for some positions that they're holding. I mean, so obviously people do it. If people do it, machines can do it. People program machines to do it. So, make of it what you will. I would try not to get too caught up in it. But that's where I would throw that out there. Yeah. If it was anybody, I'm guessing either Steve or Andy. They're the ones that discuss that more than anybody else. They're the ones, when I did set hard stops several years ago, they're the reasons why I pulled hard stops in the morning, because it happened to me a few times where I was like, man, I got stopped out in the first 2 minutes and the price came right back up, and it was like, yes, did it meet my stop? But it met my stop and then 3 cents afterwards. And I'm like, all right, just feels kind of funny to me. So it happened to me enough that I stopped doing hard stops like that. I also, in general, I take some pretty wide stops. I go back and forth. Sometimes I'm taking wide stops, sometimes tight. It just kind of, it varies, I guess. And it's relative. It's relative to what I'm seeing on the chart versus what other people are seeing on the chart. So, I'm not going to talk trash about him or anything like that. He's probably, for all I know, he's the nicest guy ever to go out to dinner with. But the video is there. He discussed what he did, way back when. Maybe he regrets it. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But the fact is, it happened. And so if he was doing it, you think he's the only one that's doing it, and you think he's the only one that's ever done it. And again, that video is pretty old, so you can only imagine what these algos and stuff like that's done. And think about what we have here built for retail traders for software. Well, you think that hedge funds don't have anything themselves, and these big institutions, Citadel and Citron and BlackRock and whoever else, you think that they don't have internal software that they've created that we don't get any shot or look into. So, anyways, ASET, interesting. And we're kind of getting skewed off the topic of trade ideas here. So let's continue to plow through these. And again, if people have questions about trade ideas in the software, please ask them. I cannot answer questions that are not asked. And the reason I always hammer that home is I got several emails that said that, I don't talk about the software in these and it's worthless to them. And there's no educational purpose based on the software. But I can't answer questions that aren't asked, and I can only come up with the same stuff of building some scans, off the top of my head, so many times in these support sessions. So, anyways, that's my rant there. MTLS. Yeah. We got Belgium, right? Is that Belgium? Learning my country flags here. Yeah, Belgium. It's real ugly off that move here. Actually, it's funny. This is a stock that I was trading a bunch right as the pandemic was taking flight at the beginning. So we got that going on. I don't know. I'm not buying it right now. Just all the way down here. Maybe we get up to here and we start to build something. I'll look, but I'll let it pop back on the evening scan then. For now, that doesn't interest me. Let's continue to cruise. OPK. Another one of those stocks. It always looks like it's got that move that's coming and then it doesn't. And what do I mean by that? Let's zoom out a little bit more. A lot of these stocks I just remember from price action that's gone on. So, all right, looking back here and, pandemic play or whatever you want to call it, and, made that move, and then it came back down. It's like, it's ready to do it again. No, it's ready to do it again. No, it's ready to do it again. Nope, 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 nope. So, we got this nice established base here, but you got a real huge float. All right. You're in pharmacy, you're in pharmaceuticals, so you're at the mercy of whatever, you're at the mercy of news and FDA approval and things like that. And, I like to stay away from stuff like that if I can. It just, on top of that, we're looking at it, we're topping out at $6 here and we're at $4 here after all that time, a year and a half or 2 years or whatever I've got up on that chart there. At $2 range in 2 years, nah, it's going to be a no for me, dog. No, same thing similar to that chart, MTLS, and there's nothing here that makes me a believer. Donut, Krispy Kreme. Fun fact, I have never had a Krispy Kreme or been to a Krispy Kreme. If I died tomorrow, having never done it, I'd be okay with that. I like that. Didn't draw that the best. It's a newer issue, so, these resistance levels are all you got to work off of here. For those that want to play the RSI game, you've got steady ticking RSI up all this time here. Even, you got all this price action that chops down, but, the RSI confirms the price action movement. Like I said, you've got this here. Maybe this is a risk area. We can get a move on this here, 18 and then to 20. So it might be interesting. I'm not going to like it because just something about it for me. I don't dislike the stock. I know I'm not going to trade it. I know I'm not going to take a position in it, so I'm not going to bother liking it. But for those that might have an interest in it, I'd, recommend go ahead and put it on your like list. Iova is healthcare, right? Come on, charts. There we go. Yeah. Nope. Not a thing to like about this chart. And this is what I see right away. Boom. Boom. The flip side of a cup and handle. And it breaks this support here. I don't even know where it's going because we're looking pretty far back, and there's no support for a long time on that. So it actually might be a good short opportunity. I mean, it had this massive spike into the close. I don't know what that's all about. Who knows? Maybe it's making a trend reversal. But I have no interest in it whatsoever. You can say the same here. No interest in that whatsoever. And yes, it has a nice couple of day trend that's up like that, and it's bucking the market. And for all I know, it does this for 4 days in a row. And God bless anybody that takes it and makes something off of it. But again, we're looking at this hump to me, and then all right, do we establish a base? Nope. And I'm certainly not going to call that an established base after this failed breakout here. So again, and we're looking way back. There's nothing below it. And so one day does not make a trend, and it does not make a trend reversal as far as I'm concerned. And again, I could be absolutely wrong, and I'm totally okay with that. BCRX, the stock has just been very good to me over the last year. I've just been on the right side of it a lot of times, so even when it's not looking like a great chart, I just leave it on my liked list. I've been trading it since this move back here, actually. I've been on the wrong side of it a few times, but I've been on the right side of it more. And it's just one of those stocks I have a rapport with, I guess. I don't know, even though it's a bio. So I turn to and look at it again. So here it makes the my liked list cut. This is its all-time high. It got stuck in that range, couldn't do it. Thought it might take it again. We're back down here. So, this has been a price magnet back here again. I'll continue to take a look at it. Has it established a new base to build back off of it to start taking shots back towards here, towards the $15 and $17, $18 range? Maybe. I'm leaving it there for more personal bias than anything else. So you make of that what you will. This is obviously going to be an issue right here. Getting through it. Alright, but it gets through there, and all of a sudden, where I set that price alert, maybe all of a sudden $12 starts to become, a new risk area, and we push up towards 15 as a new reward area. So that's that, but I don't like to have too many lines on my chart, so I want to get rid of that. I don't need that there. There we go. FLL. It's interesting. Casinos and hotels. So you're a little bit, are we opening, are we closing the world dependent here, but like that. We'll look for that. That quick reversal there. This is certainly a very significant price level, and so we had a breakout. We pulled back down into that. We had a breakout. We come back down, test that support. Alright, and so now we've got this in here, so hopefully what I'm drawing kind of makes sense to you all. So I do like that. I wish there was more volume though. Well, it had some serious volume here. It's interesting. A lot of these scans, a lot of these stocks in the my liked right now, or my evening scan, have this massive spike at the end of the day. And the SPY did not have that massive spike at the end of the day. SPY sold right off into it. I mean, talk about lackluster. Look at that. I've had that line there for quite a while. Kick, save, and beauty. But, heading right back down towards it again. So anyways, so we're finding some relative strength here on the closing to the actual market itself, which makes a lot of these things, quite a few of these stocks here that we've gone over, an interest. So I'm going to throw that in the my liked list. Now, I disclaimer anything that I've thrown on the my liked list as I go through and do some more chart work. When I wrap up today, I'm done for the evening here. I might answer some emails going into the evening later in the evening that come into the info mailbox, but I won't do any chart work until tomorrow morning when I wake up. So I might go through this and say, you know what? I liked it yesterday. Today I don't like it for whatever reason. Just as a disclaimer. We'll continue to plug along here as there's no questions coming in. Nope, not a thing to like here. We got this hump and then a bounce. I'm guessing news. It's therapeutics, pharmaceuticals, blah, blah, blah. And that news just equaled another hump. Now, is it going to bounce here? I don't know. We could say that we came down and we filled near from this gap day and all those things like that. I just kind of am, how many people are up here holding stock saying, please, God, let me see that price come back down on here and start distributing it and start distributing it. And so you have the buyers trying to push it up and you have the sellers pushing it right back down. So, what I'll say is this, is I'll notice this here today. And if I keep seeing this on the evening scan as we move forward and sideways and then move up, then maybe I'll get some interest in it. But for now, it doesn't cut the mustard as far as I'm concerned. Sorry, some messages coming in here to me. So let's see what else. And if you guys got any questions, we got a couple of minutes before I peel out of here for the weekend. All right, back to it here. JAMF. I think this is all my liked already. JAMF. Yep, there it is, right there. So, all right, I liked this one days ago, and it kind of bucking the trend of some things I talk about a bunch of bag holders are probably up here and distributing price. I don't know, I don't know what it is that made me like this, but I saw this and I thought to myself, let's take a hard look at that. And I obviously did not trade it. Wish I did, hindsight being 2020. Let's see, what day did this go on my liked list? I'm gonna have to pop the chart out to see it here. So if I pop this chart out, duplicate into a free floating window. I don't know why it doesn't. It used to do this, but now since the docked feature, it doesn't do it. But if you hover over a free floating chart with the my liked, so I can see I liked it a couple of days ago on the 15th at 7:34 a.m. Eastern time in 16 seconds. So I liked it a couple of days ago. Made a nice move off those couple of days, but didn't trade it. So I'm gonna leave it there. Although I'm not gonna go chasing it. And odds are I'm not gonna do anything. It's just you have something get overdone that much. Bounce is always possible. Well, who knows? We've got about a little over a month since that sell-off happened, so we're there on that range. And who knows? Maybe if we establish a new base here, we can start to pull up on that, and like a vacuum, once in a while, these things will pull that price action right up there. So, all right, anyways, we'll cruise along that. I don't think there's much else to comment on that software publisher, so it wasn't like the FDA came out and smashed them, unless they got a computer virus. Terrible dad joke, I apologize. Anyway, so, that's, I like that. I don't know what happened here. It must have been news, obviously. Unfortunately, Holly caught that as a falling knife, but she also caught it well here a couple times. Not so well there on that sale. So, anyways, I'm gonna leave it there, and we'll see what it translates to over the coming days. We'll continue to plug along. Wow, we're down to 6 from 26. I don't know what to make of that. Nah, nothing there. I'm gonna pass. I want to like it. If it shows up here and on the scan for a few more days, and we start to see it get more action around this level up here, just above its close today, back this action back up here a little bit more, and then we're looking at maybe that gap to try to take an assault on, and we've established kind of a risk reward that way. Same thing here. This is on my liked already. Same thing here. We fell off a cliff, pharmaceuticals. So that's the danger of holding these things overnight. I mean, can you imagine you owned I don't know, whatever, one share, a million shares here, and the next day you woke up and it's here the next day. You didn't get any chance along the way down here to make a move out of there. You just woke up and it was there. So keep that in mind with pharmaceuticals and bio stocks. But with that said, you know, big gap to work into here. Not a big float. I'd imagine the people that are short it, that were short it from wherever, from here or here or here or here, if they didn't cover down here anywhere, they must really hate this stock. That's all I could say, and have conviction for it going to zero, because that's a hell of a short. So anyways, I'm going to leave it there, and that gap is the reason why. Very liquid stock. I mean, we're doing 5 times normal volume, almost 12 mil shares traded today, almost 11.9 mil shares traded today. Excuse me, yawn sneaking up on me. These 12-hour days at the desk, they get you. Nope. Nothing interests me there. I mean, all right, that's not true. Actually, something does interest me here. We have a red bar ignore on that, on the daily here. I just, lower highs non-stop. All right, literally the whole way through, lower highs. Every one of those moves up was met by a fair amount of selling. And we can even see that, in the volume here. An increase in selling on that volume. And right here is the first days we see buying taking over on the volume. So, where do you establish risk on this thing? You're up at what is it, $38 here or so? Is 35? Like, I don't want to risk $3 for $1.50 right now, right there, this area. That's my issue with that. So. And like I said, for all I know, this thing goes and pops right over 43 or something in the next 3 days. But I'm not going to like it today. If it can stay on the evening scan the next couple days in that sideways move, as I often discuss, then we'll meet it there. But I have plenty of stuff to work with here already on this list that I don't feel it's worthy or likable to add it to there. So. All right, I think that's a wrap on those. I think we went through a lot of charts, kind of some thoughts behind those. So hopefully those of you that were here for it got something out of it. You've got some more homework to do. Go over those charts and whatever else you do during the weekend. For those of you that were here today, I appreciate you sticking around with me. It's nice to have some company in here. I do this. I do this to try to get everybody the most that they can out of the software. And whether you're, whether you are a subscriber or you're thinking of subscribing, I want people to go in eyes wide open on what the software is. The name is, we're trade ideas, not trade guarantees. A lot of people unfortunately misconstrued that, and we don't make any buy or sell recommendations. And even Holly, that has quote unquote entry prices, it's still a trader that has to be behind making those executions. So I thank you all. We do this. I do this every day, Monday through Friday, 3:30 Eastern. I take over the stream from Barry now instead of it shutting down for half an hour. I surmise that he'll keep it that way now moving forward. He opens this stream at 9 o'clock every day, Monday through Friday. So come join Barry at that time, and I will see you all back here next week. All right, perfect trading journey. Yeah, and that's it. It's a process with this. This software is so vast. So keep at it, and I appreciate you being here. All right, you all have a wonderful weekend, and I will catch you all on the flip side of it. Take care. Have a wonderful.